think she's realized, no, this is a little bit too big for me. Hold on. Try ourselves in here. Alright, so I can see the Nyala through there. They're just feeding, and she's just sitting here. Can you see her, Eddie? Sorry, I might be in the way. She's just at the base here, and then the Nyala are far ahead though. And like I say, it's a Nyala bull, so I think in a way she's like, not really going to get this right. And be able to actually hunt. There we go, she's perked up again. I thought for a second maybe she spotted a baby because of the way that she ran off. I was thinking maybe young animal that she saw an opportunity, because sometimes with Impala lambs or Nyala lambs, they get left behind or they get kind of deposited and the mom just walks slightly away, and leopards know there's a great opportunity to then get in there and hunt. She's slinking off. She's going to try and reposition. I'm going to leave her here though. I'm not going to follow her because with the engine being on, all we're going to do is disturb her. And so I don't want to do that at all. And I know as much as we want to see her, it's not right to kind of keep the engine running for both animals. So I think I'm just going to leave her there, let her hunt, let the Nyala have a chance to be able to hear and see. And the guys can come follow up this afternoon. Maybe they'll get lucky and find her with a kill. In the meantime though, let's send you across to Cedric with Tortoise Pan to finish things up for the morning.
Yeah, nice, Tristan. I'm glad that you could spend some great time there with that Lalamba on the hunt. As we're still sitting here with Tortoise Pan, he is still flat cat. He has not moved from underneath this Combretum thicket. I think he's definitely going to have a good old rest here for the day. As you can see, still breathing quite heavily, I think, due to the fact of having something to eat during the night. But yes, the sun is out and it is now hot. But yes, once again, it's been a fantastic morning here at Wild Earth. Most amazing sightings as well. So, and I'm glad to find Lumber and Tristan with Tortoise Pan. But yes, thanks George. Yes, definitely it has been a fantastic morning. So the stalks were quite crazy this morning. I enjoyed that quite a bit. But yeah, definitely we do appreciate and we do say thank you so much for all the amazing questions that you sent through today, and also the comments. And I'm hoping that we could have answered as many questions as possible. But yeah, definitely going to be looking forward to this afternoon's sunset drive. And I'm hoping that we are going to get some more amazing sightings. And yes, have a wonderful day from the Wild Earth team. Have a wonderful
Good day, good morning, and hello everybody. Hope you're doing very, very well today, and welcome to your experience at Escape to Nature. Basically, it's an experience that allows you to sort of get lost in nature with us. And what better way than viewing some cheetah at the moment. There are 3 individuals over here in case you are unsure. And it's Mpumalelo and her young ones. Good morning and hello again everybody. My name is Andrew and I do have my good mates BK. I got BK behind the camera there. Sorry, we do make a mistake every now and then. And yeah, we're out in Carnarvondale at the moment and we are watching 3 cheetah. This is Mpumalelo, which means success, and her young ones. Now Mpumalelo is very successful and you can imagine why. Because she has 2 young ones that are doing extremely well and almost on the point of independence, which is in about 5 or 6 months from now. Beautiful, absolutely a beautiful animal, a beautiful sighting as well, in a beautiful game reserve, Amakhala, which is in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And a very good spot for cheetah to just lie down. It's nice and shaded over there, but at the same time it is open around the shaded spots, so the cheetah will be able to see prey that's in the area as well as any problems. But just to fill you in, these cheetahs are quite full at the moment. They had something yesterday. I'm unsure of what it was. I'll just need to confirm it. Whatever it was of a meaningful size, as all three cheetahs are equally as full and they're doing very, very well today. Wonderful sighting. Alright, while we are watching here, I just want to send you over and have a look at all the different weather in our different locations. Now, from where these cheetahs made a kill yesterday, it's not too far from that area, as I did get reports from one of the field guides out here of her activity and the kill that she was with. Not too far from this general area, and the water hole where they're going to drink is not too far either. So I can just imagine what's going through these cheetahs' minds right now is that this is sort of downtime, opportunity to relax, as it doesn't seem that they are extremely thirsty yet, as they did have a fresh kill yesterday, which means that they would have got a lot of the moisture and hydration from the blood that they would have consumed. But as soon as that digestion starts to really take place, you're going to find that these cheetahs are going to get very thirsty. So I'm going to say that sometime this afternoon they're going to seek water, and they should be moving by this afternoon. Of course, it's always up to them. They might just decide not to. Oh, Brandy, thank you so much for that comment. It's stunning, hey? And I'm just glad that you all can be a part of it too. And I know BK was at Madikwe prior to this, and prior to being at Madikwe, he was here at Amakhala. So it's been a while since he's seen cheetah, or the reserves cheetah as well. And I think it's just nice that everybody can just touch base with them, see how they're doing again, and definitely fulfill the urge to see Phumelela and her young ones. Now, they can hang around some tricky areas, believe it or not. Areas in which it's very difficult to view them, and they are a very slender animal. So as you can see now, there's not much blocking the view of them, but when they lay flat, it's very difficult to see them. So you can imagine if they go into a valley or a thicket or a place where there's long grass or shrubs, the sighting almost comes to a halt. And it can be tricky to find them. That's why we choose our times when we come out here, when we're going to find them, just in order to try and get them. And when I heard that yesterday they had a kill, that was immediately my thought was, right, today is the perfect time to head through and see if we can't find them. Flutterby, yes, you are 100% correct. So their tail is their following mechanism. You'll notice that their tail tip is white, just like a leopard's tail tip is white. So when the grass gets long or the shrubs get tall, you'll find that mom will flick her tail around, and the cubs are going to be able to see that, okay, there's mom, let's follow this direction, and they can stay as a unit. And then also the back of their ears as well is also a good way of following each other. And each animal really has a following mechanism of sort, just so they can stay as a unit and stay as a group if they are. Now, do you remember when Phumelela did give birth? I wasn't here in Amakhala at that stage. I was doing some work in a different game reserve at that stage. And then when I did come back and have a look at the cheetah, they were already somewhat big. But it's interesting that the photos that I saw, and we often see this with young cheetah, is that they get this very thick white saddle on their back after birth. And it's said that they is used to mimic a honey badger. So I'm sure you all are aware that very few animals are going to mess with a honey badger. They are just too ferocious and are not scared to fight. And often enough, they win those fights. So imagine if lions are walking through the bush and they see cheetah cubs, but they mistake them for honey badgers. It just gives those cheetahs, you know, that chance, creates a moment of confusion with whatever the problem is, and then hopefully that predator decides, nah, there's some honey badgers over there, I'm just going to get out the area, I'm not going to mess with these animals, and invariably leaves the cheetahs in that same spot. Kathy Lee, that's an interesting question. Hi there. So of course, if another dominant male cheetah was here and introduced into Carnarvondale, you'll find that of course that male cheetah is going to be quite interested perhaps to mate with Phumelela, which is natural, and then also Phumelela's daughter, which one of these sub-adults is Phumelela's daughter. And but that male, it's debatable. Male is likely just to move off and go into an area where avoiding that cheetah, but cheetahs are home ranged animals, so at some point they are going to come across each other. That is normal because there's no defined territory, and so cheetahs are not going to know which areas to avoid in terms of territory, and so because they do home range and they venture quite a bit and roam, they will come across each other, and it's debatable what they would do. They could form a bond, which is unlikely, but it has been recorded before where non-brothers have formed bonds. But at the same token, there could be competition and fighting involved. Yeah. Wow, man, wind is picking up quite a bit now, just suddenly, BK? Wow. And there's very little resistance here in Carnarvondale. Everything is, it's short grassland. Very few shrubs and things like that in the area that we're in. So very little resistance for the wind. But don't worry, I am blocking it with my hand. They're all bundled up quite nicely there. You can just see how amazing this camouflage really is. Spotted and rosetted animals really do camouflage well, and there BK is just going back a little bit so that you can actually see that it's quite difficult to see them unless you know they're there. There's the head lifting up. Nice relaxed sighting. This is what we classify as a 5 out of 5 sighting. So they are visible, all 3 of them are visible with very little obstruction, and also, of course, they are doing their natural activity while we are here, so which happens to be sort of resting, and you can see they're not even focused on us, so we are not impacting them at all being here. Okay, and then I have a question to ask all of you, and you're welcome to go on Google and look it up there, but I would like to know from you, what do you think the word cheetah actually means? Cheetah, what do you think it means? I'll be waiting for your answers there, and I'm sure MC will send them through to me as they come through. Just going to try and comprehend their eyesight, because I see they're all looking at something there, and very, very far away I can see some impala, which is almost like a speck in the horizon, and they are sort of focusing straight towards it. They have spotted it quite well, and it just goes to show how incredible their eyesight is. I think of all the cats, I think cheetah's probably got one of the best eyesights. Definitely able to spot prey from a very far way off, but then also predators. Just and most definitely they're opportunistic. All predators are opportunistic, so they can't afford to be fussy, because what is natural with predators is that they're never full. If you think of like a graph, if you will, there's no average line that, you know, this is where their energy levels are at. So what I mean by that is cheetahs will make a kill, they'll catch something, they'll eat that prey, and then their condition rises. But then there's a period of time where their condition is going to drop quite a bit, because they do go through what they call a starvation period, and it goes down. And then they catch something again later on, and it goes up, and their condition is high, and then it goes down again. So it's always fluctuating up and down, up and down. There's no sort of middle ground. And because of that, they're going to become opportunistic. So if opportunity arises here and something walks past, they will go for it. And if they can catch it, and whether they can consume it or not, makes no difference. They will definitely try and make a use of that opportunity. They don't only eat, you know, the medium-sized antelopes. They'll go for anything they can overpower. I've seen cheetahs in the past going for squirrels and mongooses, birds like guinea fowl and spurfowl. See what I mean about the opportunities? Whatever is going, they're going to try and make the use of that. And are beginning to pant now, so definitely heating up, which means as a result of that is they're going to get thirsty this afternoon, and there's a spot where they're likely to drink this afternoon. So I think for any of the field guides on the reserve who are trying to follow up on cheetah, their best bet is to follow up on the water, have a look if they're not there, if they are not still here. Alright, that was a really great sighting. I'm going to send you all to Alex in Ukukuyo. He really wants to say good morning to you all.
Thanks, Andrew, and yes, good morning everyone. Happy Monday to everyone that has joined us so far. And of course, we are here in Okukuyo at the moment with myself, Alex. And yeah, let's just have a look, get a little bit closer in on the zebra. They are slowly coming down. A couple of oryx, and there were some wildebeest around earlier on too. So we'll just keep an eye and a tab on what is going on. Of course, we have our sandgrass too. You'll just make out that audio now as well. And as soon as these zebra get down to the water with us, we will of course get a closer and better look at them. Nice to have them and the Gemsbok around, so no complaints. A lovely clear day. And start to the working week for those of you that are at work. Not a lot of action, so just going to get a little bit closer. The zebra are going to get to the water's edge now. Of course, you can just see some of those dab chicks, the two residents, and we'll keep a tab on anything else that is around as well. So a little bit hesitant at the moment, but at least when I was there last week, we had very, very good numbers of zebra throughout the course of the days. So I'm sure that that'll probably be a theme as well for us for today as well. Something just to keep a tab on. It does look like, with it being rather clear, we can expect it to be very warm at some point today. Lovely to have that audio of the sandgrass. It's such a cool little sound that they do make. A little bit of argy-bargy there with the zebra, but looks like they've calmed down to a mild panic, at least for now. And we'll just have to see what transpires, but they should hang around for a moment. So I do think we've got quite a bit of activity, at least to kickstart. Of course, our blacksmith lapwings, always vocal, and great to see them. So, just also taking in all the bird audio at the moment, just also having a look to see what a zebra really up to. And we just have to see if they do start getting rather rough with each other. There's a Corey Bustard there as well. Always good to pick up the different birds that do come and join us here. So last to see that Corey Bustard. Of course, just waiting for the zebra to do their things and get their drink started for the day. So the first springbok as well, just in the distance. They've also been around here in very good numbers, so we'll keep tabs on them. It's like 2 springbok, to be honest. Of course, our Corey Bustard. There's actually a third. Looks like a kudu coming through as well, so quite a busy start. And that is just the way we like it. Morning, Lenny, and I will just have to double check because we are in Natasha, so I'll have to just look at a game census itself and I will get you what I think will be the most accurate figure, and we'll just have a look. But I do need to just check and see what the latest game count was, and we'll then have a better idea.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So our wildebeest are now coming to join us here, along with those kudu that are just held back. But just interesting reading out and figuring out the dynamics of the zebra populations here in Etosha. And it is noted that there is almost a eastward migration that does happen. It does change a little bit throughout the years. But it's also because of the presence of anthrax that is also then found in the western side too. So there's a few correlations. So it is noted that in the area at least, anthrax does annually reach an epidemic proportion, and that is generally on the western side, and the western side and the central sector, and that's during the wet season, which we're coming into now. And it's the anthrax that mostly affects these ungulates, antelope. So it's an interesting thing to know about here. So just different times of the year that anthrax would occur here, as opposed to say in the Kruger Park, where it's actually noted that if there is anthrax around and it does occur, it's actually more towards the dry season, the end of the dry season. So it's just fantastic how a natural world and system actually works. Impala as well as another Kori bustard there. It looks like the wildebeest are going to come down this side too, so get a little bit closer. Jokes, those are just bigger springbuck, looks like. All having a look at the wildebeest coming down. But nice to see the Kori bustard. And we are going to get the wildebeest here with us. So quite a cool scene and unfolding at the moment. Of course, the wildebeest coming through. That Kori bustard, I think, is also going to have a little drink. Let me just zoom out. And you can watch. There's nice numbers of wildebeest. Kori bustard just to the right there. Wildebeest kind of shooing the springbuck off as well there. So really just quite cool seeing how they all get in, getting a little bit rowdy as they find their way to the water. Clearly quite excited to get a drink on. So it really has been an interesting start up here, of course, also touching on that zebra population and dynamics up here, Natasha, but it's also time for us to go and say good morning to Liam, who's down in Kariega.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Kariega. I've been sitting and watching this little family of Cape crows which have been moving around the plains this morning looking for various different things to eat and pest. Folks, do apologize again for this very strong wind. It is quite a gusty day here on the plains at Kariega, and so yeah, I do hope you can get me through all of this. But yes, following some Cape crows. I could swear I was in Cape Town with this wind. Now, they are an intelligent creature, Cape crows, or any crow for that matter, as some might know, and highly adaptable to many different environments and ecosystems. They feed on a wide variety of different foods, and are able to find those foods in very tricky to find places. It's just such a pity they get such a hard rap by so many taboos. Marvelous creatures they are indeed. Oh, they certainly seem to have snapped something up. Well, folks, just I'll steadily keep on following these crows here and see what mischief they might find. Whilst I do so, let's go and have a look at Alex and see what he's found for you.
Thanks, Liam. And yes, back here in Okakuyo, our wildebeest are slowly moving off. The springboks seem to be coming back in, and those kudu that have been hanging around, still waiting to find their way down. But we were just talking about the zebra population and dynamics across here in Natasha, and it's noted that the two most populous of the herbivores here are actually the zebra and the springbuck. Marginally more springbuck than zebra, but still very good populations and healthy populations of both of those animals. So do just be aware we are here in Okakuyo, and this is the main camp in Etosha. And unfortunately, we do get the odd tourist that does come through on our audio. So if you do happen to hear anyone talking, please do be advised that it is just the tourists here in the main camp in Okakuyo.
Yes, with the passport and playing on a cell phone. But it's not those two girls that are staying here now. It's the girls that went back to Germany. One of those two little girls gave him the password, not those that are staying at the moment.
So in order for us to avoid listening into others' conversations and prying, let us shoot over to Mshatu and see what's going on there. So completely different scenes here in Mshatu today. Clouds slowly starting to build up. Looks like our Egyptian geese are still around. Let's just have a look. It's been some time since I've at least seen Ellies here. Obviously, are very good numbers of elephant here in Mshatu anyway. And it looks like those are actually the spur-wing geese. Let me get us in for a closer look. So the spur-wing geese and the Egyptian geese, unfortunately, they're going to start flying off, it seems. But let's just have a look at these two. So I do think that was the gander. And it's actually quite remarkable when now you can actually see the size difference between the spur-wing goose and the Egyptian geese as well. So very cool to be able to see. They do have awesome iridescence on both of them. Lovely green iridescence on both species. Let's just have a look to see where they decide to move off to. So just waiting to see what our geese get up to. Looks like it also might be rather hot and humid across here in Mshatu today. Perhaps the rain will also stay back, but I mean they have had a lot of rain around. It's quite evident through all the greenery that is here now and the vegetation, as well as the level of the dam itself having increased quite substantially. So just interesting to see and watch. Always cool being able to see different birds. Perhaps our dabchick is still around here as well. There was one lone dabchick that came through. So at some point we'll have a look as well for that. So just coming out a little bit, wanting to see if, in fact, the dabchick is still around. Can't seem to see where it is scooting about at the moment. We'll keep tabs. So I haven't been able to locate the dab chick just yet. We're going to keep a tab and see if we can't find our black crake. I do like the little rocky pointer, and I think I can make one out there. Cameraptor's also going off, as well as those doves. Let's just see if we can't get a little bit closer and perhaps locate our black crake. It's very possible that that crake is in that overhang and that vegetation that's just off to the front of us. They do like the little rocky pointer as well. So we'll just see if we can't pick up any movement here. It is getting a little bit windy and those clouds are slowly starting to build. So perhaps that does mean we're in for some rain here this afternoon. It doesn't look like the crake is around, so we're going to spend some time with our spurwing geese. And it looks like our crocodile might be back as well. So I just want to come back down. Let's just have a look here. So indeed, the croc is back. You can quite clearly see it over there at the moment. And for those of you that were listening, say 10 days or ago, I did get reports that this croc had moved to one of the other water holes at a lodge called Rock Lodge. Quite clearly there is the crocodile, and found his way back to here. Whether it's taken anything, that is yet to be seen. But it's been some time since we've had the croc, and good to see that it is back. And that is also maybe perhaps why those geese are a little bit antsy going in. Perhaps that is the reason why we have not yet seen the dab chick. Definitely keeping an eye on the croc. So we'll just sit here for the moment. Let's see if this croc decides to go and warm himself. Just hear that lilac-breasted roller as well in the background. Those lilac-breasted rollers do make a real racket for a bird that is so pretty. It looks like the geese are definitely keeping tabs on the crocodile. And here comes the croc out of the water. Hi Terry. Oof, and the croc is quite big. I have not seen a crocodile going after a bird. I have seen them. It really is rather big croc. But I have seen them, trying to hunt itself, but unsuccessful hunts. Those ones at least. You can just see how these birds are following the crocodile around. But no, I'm yet to see a crocodile go after a bird itself. But, always cool watching interaction regardless. So clearly going to hide himself behind, probably sun himself just behind that green there. And you can see all the geese not letting that croc out of its sight. Their sight at least. Looks like they're slowly starting to relax. Obviously that croc is no longer in the water and they know exactly where it is now and taking the opportunity to do some grazing and feeding. Taking any of those nice little fresh green shoots. Lapwing telling the goose, you're in my way, because it looks like that one there is sitting on a nest. But it looks like the forage party has now begun again. And sadly, they're all kind of just behind this green thicket where the crocodile did go. We'll try and see if we can't get a tab on it. But I do think we'll probably see the geese foraging as opposed to giving the croc that much time and interest at the moment. You can see a bit of interaction going on here between the gander and that one blacksmith lapwing. So quite an interesting scene that's just unfolded here, but awesome to see how everyone kind of keep tabs of crocodile and how protective those lapwings really are. But for those of you that have tuned in with us today, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience. So please do send through any of your questions, your chats, comments, things you'd like us to chat further about. It's always fantastic when we interact with you guys. So do make sure to send through anything you wish to know. We'll chat further about and we'll definitely try our best in terms of giving you the accurate information around what is going on. But do send those through. Yeah, but very cool to see. Fantastic to see that the crocodile is back. I'm not too sure when it got back itself. But just for reference, in around September or so, it did make a kill as well. If memory serves correct, it was a bushbuck that was taken here. Could have been an impala. But it's been some time since we've seen the croc, a couple of months at least. Interesting to see what this lapwing will do with the spurwing geese here. But really remarkable to see the size difference between the male and the female. time for a drink. I'm going to just zoom out again, keep a look and see if there perhaps aren't any impala or anything else. And our dab chick is here, so it has not fallen victim to the croc. It probably made itself a little bit scarce while the croc was in the water. But a rather peaceful scene at the moment. I think the action with the crocodile has tapered off, and these birds are going to be far happier and at ease now that he has got out of the water. Probably sunning himself, getting that body nice and warm, being ectothermic. A very, very relaxing morning. So I can't see any movement through the bush. Although it would be very tough to. It's really overgrown at the moment. And also just taking the opportunity to pan across a little bit further. Quite possibly will see the blacksmith or the black crakes here at some point. But no movement just yet. The dab chick though has made itself present. So good to note that our local characters are all around.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Wild Earth Nature.
So if you do look at the bottom of the screen, basically center of the frame, there is a little terrapin that is bobbing in and out. Again, we're just still trying to make sure that we can't pick up on anything else that is moving off in the distance, as well as just taking in any of the bird audio, as I mentioned. Just enjoying a peaceful scene. JP, it really is such an amazing thing to see. And as you noticed, how green Mashatu has got. And consider, around 6 weeks or so ago, this was all brown. And not a spot of green. Just a few of the leaves then turning. But now, it is almost impenetrable. When you look at it, it does make it harder spotting anything that might be moving around just off to the distance of us. But we are just going to keep a tab on that for now. Also just nice to be able to spend some time with the spur-winged geese that they are around. And obviously in the open. You can just get the size of them there, and how much effort it does take for a heavy bird like that to fly. So let's just see if we can't find it. If they do come here, they'll probably get to foraging again. So of course, just going through this aquatic matter that is right here. And picking through whatever might be available to them. But you can slowly start to see that iridescence on the one. Actually on two of them. Of course then that red as well. So a relaxing scene, never the case that we have them all the time and really just rather relaxed for us, but also just getting a grasp and some insight into the lives of a spur-winged goose and how they go about foraging and feeding, kind of moving those bills through that matter that is there, I suppose getting their full. So very cool being able to sit here. It's a different bird life, but also just really see how they do go about. Almost it's a kind of a wade that is going on right now, sifting through that foliage there with their bills. And of course, taking the bits that they want. So from the biggest goose species, it's time for us to join Liam, who's with the tallest terrestrial animal in the world.
Well, hello and welcome back to Kariega, folks. Well, I'm barely hanging on here in the wind. With all these antelopes firmly footed on the ground, they seem to be quite alright. And they are also hunkering down here for the wind that has started to really gust. Now, most of the time, if it really gets quite hot and or really rainy, you'll often find antelope either putting their backs into the wind or into the sun, and that's often a very useful means of either protecting themselves from excessive rain or excessive sun. But the heat doesn't seem to be bothering this lot too much, barring the giraffe in the background, which have taken up a bit of shade in the scotia, underneath the scotia tree. You can almost see just how perfectly that those giraffes fit under that scotia tree. After all, it is they who have created that beautiful, clean browse line that you can see. So nicely over there. Yeah, it'll be nice and shady under that lovely scotia, nice and cool, sorry, under that shady scotia. Also might be mildly protected from a bit of the wind. Trees have a marvelous ability to break up any harsh winds, and actually in many places it's critical to have rows of trees to protect your crops from the onslaught of hot, dry and strong winds. Some young plants simply just cannot grow to a sufficient height if the wind is too strong and they're not protected by some form of windbreak. Now, a lot of the time you also have a kind of growth form with certain trees very close to the coast, and that's very apparent when you're right next to the beach and you've got those low dune bushes which are heavily cropped by wind, just simply by wind, and their growth form is entirely modified by heavy winds. They really do come out in some magnificent shapes and forms, almost like living or life-size bonsais. I mean, this scotia tree is a great example of a nice big bonsai. Yeah. to look for Stumpy today, and I don't believe this is his herd. I think Stumpy's a little bit further out here to my left hand side with his harem. This appears to be a visiting group of zebras in the foreground here. And again, a very nice example of how zebras, sorry about that, so how is a zebra's eyesight? So a zebra's eyesight pretty good, I'd say. Yeah, very good. Yeah, most of your plains antelope have very good, exceptional eyesight, and are able to spot a predator from quite some distance away. It's, you know, sense of sight might not be as useful in, say, a dense thicket or a forested environment. It's definitely the case that you will, if you spend enough time in a thicket or a forest, your sense of sound will be more important to you in a place where vision is limited. Well, sound, I'd say sound and scent are far more important in a more dense environment compared to these plains or open areas where visual acuity will be quite important, because you'll be able to spot something from a long way away. And that's not only for predators but also for social interactions. So yeah, I think a zebra's eyesight is pretty good. It's also important to bear in mind when we say pretty good, of course we only know what it feels like to look through our eyes. So it would be good in some senses, but maybe not in others. So for example, color. I mean, primates, humans, we all have very good color vision, so we'll see a much more colorful world than a zebra does. So a zebra would have far better maybe sensitivity to light or such. They'll have a wider field of vision. So yeah, these are important aspects when thinking about what is good vision. Well, whilst I hang on with dear life in this one, go and have a look and see what Alex has got for you.
Thanks, Liam, and yes, hopefully the seatbelt in your car there will assist with that wind. But yes, we are back here in Okaukuejo, and we actually have the first warthog I have ever seen here on the dam cam. Just going through the frame right now, so that is fantastic. It's always great when we get new things on our lists, and really, really cool. So lovely to see that little warthog. As I said, it is the first one that I have seen here on camera, and always cool. Nice to know that they are in the area. Of course, they are indicator species for drought, and they are heavily reliant on constant water sources, or access to constant water as well. But really nice to see this one. Looks to be a young boy. So just sitting here with our Kori Bustard and young warthog over there. Very cool. As I was saying, it does look to be a young male. There's extra 2 warts on it. But really cool to have a warthog here with us. Always a treat with something different and something new to be able to see. Also just get the audio of those guinea fowl. Of course the Kori Bustard. Let's just have a look. It does look like the springbok are slowly starting to take over. We'll keep a tab on our warthog for now and see which direction it heads off in. So just making sure we have the best visual of our warthog at the moment. I'm going to keep just having a little look while it is with us and see which direction it does kind of move off to then afterwards. The warthog is slowly inching his way away from us. Get a little bit closer. Obviously, lots of springbok action at the moment. And just keep a tab on this little warthog for now. Almost like a little statue there, this little warthog. Of course, another one of the hind gut fermenters. Quite a rudimentary digestive system then because of that. Really cool to have this warthog around us. So where the warthog decides to go now, it seems that he's changing his plans. So interestingly enough, further up in East Africa, towards the Somali border, there's actually a second subspecies of warthog. They are far more desert or arid adapted, unlike these common warthog that we get here, and obviously then throughout into the Eastern Cape, across through to Madikwe, Mashatu, and Djuma, respectively as well. But yes, those warthog that are found up in East Africa, in that area I did mention, so from Laikipia through into Sudan and Somalia, a desert adapted warthog. Mary, it does change. I do just want to make sure we keep tabs on this warthog. There are, of course, the blacksmith lapwings. There were some guinea fowls just now as well. We have two species of crow here, the Cape and the Pied. The Kori Bustard, which is Racha, which is we haven't heard that, but it is Racha in frame now at the moment. Maybe those little dab chicks. A number of the doves, the Acacia Pied Barbet. European bee-eaters, I'm sure, at some point too. So really in numbers, and as I said, it does change up. Obviously, birds having the ability to fly, they can cover a fair amount of area in a very short span of time. I'm thoroughly enjoying having our warthog around, scooting off. And just zoom back out. So we don't want to lose him. So you also just hear go away bird there. Now warthog slowly heading out. But going to capitalize on the sighting for as long as possible. Because as I said, first one I've seen here. So nice to be able to mix it up. Lovely impala coming down. That ram is rather spectacular. Really, really impressive rams here. Looks like this warthog has now found itself on the game path that leads almost to the north of us. He's kind of going in a northwesterly direction. Just keep the tab. We'll come and join our black-faced impala now. I just want to see, kind of get a gauge on where this warthog might venture off and in the direction that it ventures off in. Always funny watching warthog run, that erect tail, kind of like a little antenna. And I think that is the end of our warthog for now at least, but really awesome to be able to see something different. I think it's going to be quite hard to keep track of what it gets up to now that it starts to get a bit thicker up there. But, fantastic that we got to see the warthog. Let's just zoom back out. We'll spend some time here with our impala and some of the springbuck that are taking over. So as I'm sure all of you that are with us are well aware that Christmas is fast approaching, and Wildworth can't wait for our festive games to begin. Christmas-themed bingo boards will be filled with turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even one fishigo in a dead tree. And every Sunset Drive for the next 12 days will be filled with holiday fun, and the winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. So Christmas-themed bingo up until the lead up and until Christmas Day. So stay tuned for that. Make sure that you follow and see who is crowned the eventual winner at the end of that. I'm sure that will be a lot of fun, and of course something to keep us very busy over the afternoons as we approach Christmas. So great that these impala have been around with us. Nice to always see them, and of course these big impressive rams that do come through. Lots of springbuck action as we've noted as well.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wildworth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wildworth. Cheers.
So just watching these kudu come through for us. And once they do get a little bit closer, we'll also zoom in and have a look. But nice just to see the approach of animals when they do come through. And of course, to see what else is going on in the distance. So always cool having the different species that do come and join us here. Nice to get some kudu through eventually this morning. And awesome to spend some time with them as well. So really cool, nice to have these gemsbok as well. Young bull there, of course the springbok as well. The dab chick also seems to be quite happy with everyone else there at the moment. Also just getting themselves right in the mix of things at the moment. So no complaints, lovely to be busy and inundated with wildlife. Just seeing what is going to all play out here. Lots of gemsbok have joined us now as well. I do think they'll hang around for a bit longer than the kudu. So we'll stick with our kudu for now. And then we'll join the gemsbok. Did also just have a hornbill fly through the frame. Yellow-billed hornbill. Hi Janet. Yes, there is. There's a number of different areas and little different biomes within Etosha itself. Of course, just off to the top of us, we do have that green line, and that's obviously where the Mopani is. There are also some grassland areas. And another number of other mountainous areas more to the west of us. That I did allude to earlier, the fact that there is basically two subpopulations of zebra here in Etosha. One population is known to seasonally migrate, with the other hanging around. And it's thought that they actually migrate purely to mitigate anthrax when it is rife during the wet season. So wet season here is effectively January through April. So those zebra numbers then do move further west, and it is thought that that helps with regards to being able to mitigate anthrax. Looks like the kudu slowly going to start making their way away from here. I'm just going to zoom back out again and we can spend some time, of course, with the gemsbok that are present. Always fascinating watching them and the springbok wade through. This one might have to start swimming because it is a bit deeper there. I think we're going to slowly start to see these kudu moving off. And there's no complaint really because we are surrounded really by springbok and gemsbok at the moment. So cool to be able to have both of them with us. As I said, it does look like the kudu are going to slowly start making their way off. So kudu definitely making their way out, and the gemsbok also slowly starting to figure their way out of here. Lots of springbok starting to fill up. So we'll just keep tabs. It does look like one or two other gemsbok are going to join us as well. It really has been a peaceful and a very busy start. Consider all the different animals that have been here already today. Of course, all the birds as well. And that Kori Bustard thoroughly enjoying itself here as well. Also just get a bit of the audio there of Pupu. And one lone kudu with us at the moment still. a lot of Springbok action. We're just going to come back out again. We'll make sure that we see who else decides to come and join us. Springbok, I'm sure, will be here for quite some time. We can just see if anything decides to come through from the west over there. Good morning, Steve. And no, they don't have a ratting season like Impala do. They are known to lamb throughout the year, although there is obviously a spike seasonality, or with the seasonality as well. So once the rain does come and there's an abundance of food, there's obviously a spike in the amount of Springbok lambs. But they don't have a set ratting period. They can lamb throughout the course of the year. So lots going on. Always interesting watching to see how confident the Springbok really can be in terms of wading into the water. Obviously we don't have all of them in the water right now, but we do have 3 of them that have kind of pushed quite far, as well as the Gemsbok that is just here. It's a younger Gemsbok across the other side of the water. We are just waiting here at the moment to see who else decides to join us. So just waiting to see what is going to start to unfold for us. So great to be spending this much time with our Springbok. It does look like we've got some movement up to the top there. Perhaps some kudu. Again, something we'll just have to keep tabs on and see what does start to unfold. There is obviously still our Corey Bustard, and I think it's actually maybe time we spend some time with the Corey Bustard. Very cool to see all the time that they are here. Wildebeest coming down as well. They do have a very interesting way of drinking the Corey Bustard, where they're actually one of the few birds that does sip or draw in water as opposed to pecking, kind of using that beak movement then to dip off the surface of the water and then drink. So very cool to see when they are drinking. This one obviously isn't at the moment, but nice to have the little dab chick grebe in our shot as well. Perhaps we're going to get lucky now and have this Corey Bustard drink. And so you'll actually see it swallowing water, gulping water once, and that is the case. So just taking the opportunity to spend some time with the Kori bustard while it's around. Of course, a little grebe and the Egyptian goose coming through the frame now at the moment. But just waiting to see what the Kori bustard gets up to. And here we go. Fortunately, it's going to just be stuck on one of those concrete stones. However, you'll be able to note it drinking there. It's quite clear that how it does actually draw in that water. They always sit very precariously when they do drink. They kind of drop down onto their knees and then bend forward. So, interesting thing to see as well. It's just amazing how different birds and animals have evolved so differently to each other. And from that, you would have just seen quite clearly Kori bustards can fly, although they are very heavy birds, the heaviest in the world. More debate between whether the Kori bustard or Asian bustard really is that, but the Kori bustard can get up to around 20 odd kgs. So really quite hectic. Well, nice to have this bull here. This wildebeest bull coming through to join us and take the place of the Kori bustard. Really lots going on. This bull is rather impressive as well. Lovely body size on him. Of course, lots more springbok coming through too. So nice to just be busy. Clearly quite a thirsty bull as well. I'm going to just zoom out because I don't hang around for that long. It's actually quite cool when the springbok do wade in. Looks like that one's obviously going to be walking out though. But if we do get that opportunity to watch them, it is always fascinating. My Kori bustard is repositioned. And another little association of kudu coming to join us. So we'll just sit here for the moment and watch and see what is going to happen. Another big herd of zebra coming down. And of course, there's kudu also slowly making their way through to the water's edge. So nice just to be able to switch off and watch the different animals kind of pool up and come join us. Hi Tammy, that's a very cool question. because I do think it'll have something to do with regard in the area we are looking at them. But for me, definitely the stocking and pronking, that jumping that they do, it shows off that kind of white patch of hair on their back. That is definitely something they are known for in my books. Also just really cool antelope anyway. Obviously small, very quick. They can hit speeds of around 88 kilometers per hour. But yeah, I think as the name alludes to, springbok, jumping buck, that stocking and pronking that they do is definitely what first comes to mind. Then probably their running pace, and I suppose the ability to tolerate rather arid areas. And for you, Tammy, what is it that is that you associate with a springbok off the top of your head? Could also just start to pick up the audio about crows, and we're waiting on these kudu and zebra to come join the springbok. So that's a little bit of a patience game at the moment, but nothing to worry about. So a fair amount of patience needed to be engaged at the moment. And it's still nice to have the numbers of zebra start to pick up. And of course, they definitely will make their way down here. It's just a matter of when. Hi, Sue, and that is a very interesting question. Probably going to require a little bit broader answer, but definitely things like ambient temperature, and how high and how hot the sun might be during the day. That might determine that. Of course, the amount of other water sources that might be in the area. So if it has rained, there might be access to a lot of surface water then, and then having to come through or walk as far to these bigger water holes then might change. The amount of food resource that is in the area as well. And other things like wind, rain even, they will definitely play a part. And of course, if you are a herbivore and there is presence of predators, that could also dictate how long or short you might stay at the water for a drink. But other pressure, so bigger antelope or bigger animals as well. So things like elephant, and those that kind of do boss their way around waterholes or sources, that might also dictate how long you would be willing to spend around. Of course, some of the antelope that we do get here, for example, are also far more arid adapted, meaning that they can derive their water source and reserves from their vegetation and their diet, as opposed to coming and seeking water all the time. Not to say that they won't, if they aren't in the area. I mean, water and access to water is a thing. But if through your diet you can sustain a lot of that for yourself, that would also dictate as to how long you would need to hang around a water source for. Slowly starting to make their way down. It's actually not really a problem, as they are, I'm sure, going to be spending a little bit of time with us. They do drink for quite some time, the zebra. Nice little kudu cow there, or the calf. Yeah, as soon as both of them do get closer, we'll also get in a bit closer too. So here we go at the beginning of the approach. Got some gemsbok as well, I'm sure that'll join the kudu and the zebra. Of course, we've got one springbok that's rather quite deep in the water. Let's just get a bit closer now.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
So just enjoying a peaceful scene here at the moment. There's Corey bustards, 1 or 2 crows, and of course the zebra with that little grebe bouncing and scooting in and around frame. So lovely to be able to see all this. So a nice straight stripe of zebra there. Not doing too much other than enjoying themselves and a drink. Of course, everyone else also still hanging about. It just looked like a parrot that came through there, that yellow. I can't be sure. European bee eaters calling now. So it has been a rather interesting time here. Of course, seeing that warthog was really quite awesome. But lots of action really at the moment. But it's time for us to have a look and see what is going to go on in Mshatu and what might be going on there at the moment. So not too much going on here in Mshatu. Of course, where those 3 springbok or spur-winged geese were, they seem to have kind of moved off into the shade. Here, Cameroptera. But pretty much the same as earlier. Cloud cover slowly coming in. 1 or 2 of those Egyptian geese, but not much else to write home about. Just have a look to see if the croc hasn't decided to come back around this tree. Hi Nina, that really does depend on the reserve and the crocodile itself, the pressure it might be experiencing, also the distance between the different water holes. So they're known to travel up to, it's just over a couple of kilometers at night to get to the different water sources. And of course, if it was experiencing pressure with other crocodiles in here, that would probably mean the crocodile would want to move off or need to move off far sooner. So a number of different variables that we would need to then take into account. Also the size of the crocodile, access to food and consistent food, fish and the rest. He might have maybe eaten a number of the fish here before that and kind of depleted his resource. Although I did note earlier that he did have a kill in around September or so. So a number of different factors that we would have to take in. But yeah, this one's moved back. As I said, Rock Lodge is not too far from here, a couple of kilometers, and he was then at that waterhole. Perhaps also, other animals maybe noting the presence of the crocodile, and then him deciding it's maybe a good idea, or she, to maybe move on and try ambush from another area. Of course, things like drought in an area as well will also play a part in that. If it does get crowded and there are too many crocs in, say, a waterhole or a water source too, they do disperse as well. Now, this one is rather big. I mean, we are very close to the Limpopo too. There are a number of big crocodiles in the Limpopo as well, so always something to keep a lookout out for. But definitely I don't think we're going to see too much of the croc today anyway. Perhaps if it does rain, might maybe get him back in the water, but doesn't look to be the case right now. Lots of woodland kingfishers calling and Cameroptera, but not too much else going on. Waiting for the Ellies to come back and join us, but lots of water around for them and lots of vegetation and food, so animals are definitely taking advantage of the surplus in resources. So just having a little pan around just to make sure I haven't missed out on any activity, any movement that might be going on. But just for any of you that might have joined us, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience. It is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So do send through your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you want us to know or further explain about. It is always fun interacting with you guys, so please do get them through and we will make sure to give you the best possible answers. So it's been fantastic spending some time here in Mshatu again, and just interesting seeing what plays out with regards to any of the other animals, birds in the area. It's time for us to head back to where all the action is, and that is in Okukuyo. So as you can see, it is a hive of activity at the moment. Wildebeest and zebra galore, as well as springbok, literally all over the place. There's some gemsbok off in the distance. And we still have our Kori bustard, I think just behind those springbok, from what I could note there. But great to see this constant movement in and out. There's a number of other animals just off there by the tree line. I think there's a kudu. But we'll just have to wait and see. Let's get a nice look at our zebra. So still just enjoying our time here in Okaukuejo. Lots going on. Always fantastic just to see how the zebra come through and then their numbers kind of wane and they move off again with any of the others. The Springbok are definitely leading the charge in terms of activity today. Of course, the Gemsbok have also been here in good numbers. So nice to just see who is kind of leading through. It does look like the zebra are going to slowly start moving off, but perhaps that means that the Gemsbok will come in and get a lot deeper into the water. So just waiting to see what happens with the zebra. Of course, waiting to see if Gemsbok come and join them as well. Looks like we're getting some more impala. And that is always fantastic though. So lots still going on. And I'm sure lots more to happen throughout the course of the early afternoon as well. Just have to keep an eye on some of the heat too. So our zebra is slowly starting to move off, and we're just going to have to be a little bit patient. See what happens with those Gemsbok. So I did notice that there are a few impala coming through as well. And we'll spend some time with them. Nice kudu bulls here. So younger bulls, obviously not fully mature just yet, probably around 4.5 to 5 odd years of age. They'll mature roughly at around 7. But nice to see them as well. Good kudu numbers throughout the course of today.
I just have look
So it's been lots of fun. We're still going to have to just employ a bit of patience on across here in Okakuyo, but it's time for us to check in with Liam and see what's going on in Kariega.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Kariega. I've turned my focus to the Scotia tree at Scotia Pan, where this eland that's sitting there behind just came down for a little bit of a thirst quencher a second ago. It's now just moving off. The blesbok are now settling into the heat of the day, and as I was talking about earlier, you have a look at that shadow of that eland, you'll see that the blesbok are not only got their back to the wind, but they also got their back to the sun. So behaving just in the way as I mentioned earlier, by putting their back into the sun, they minimize the amount of body surface area that is in contact with the sun, and therefore just helps that little bit to keep them a touch cooler. I'm sure the breeze at the back is also really helping to aid in that cooling. Go and have a drink, you silly antelope. I haven't seen them having a sip of water yet. I suppose, yeah, all things in good balance. Ostrich doesn't seem to be phased by the heat of the day. She is carrying on nibbling away. Of course, she doesn't have to ruminate much like the rest of the antelope do. Yeah, it's quite an interesting digestive system. That ostriches have. They go through their food quite rapidly. They at least digest their food quite rapidly. It's said that it takes as little as 6 hours for the entire process to happen. So in about 6 hours time, this female would have passed all her food through her digestive tract, which is quite amazing. As a ruminant, many ruminants will take well over that, more than 10 hours, because they've got to ingest it, send it back up, re-chew it, and then onward into the other chambers of stomach. I see those swallows are still about. Yesterday we had a number of pearl-breasted swallows, and it seems that they've only just arrived with the rains that we had just a few days ago. And I suspect, since they've arrived, they've already found a spot where they're going to nest, and they've started building. They've started collecting building material. So these little birds that you can see flying just in the foreground are, for the most part, pearl-breasted swallows, a southern African migrant. So they migrate within southern Africa. And I was saying yesterday to the viewers who were there, I suspect that they have got an aardvark hole somewhere nearby that they might be using to build their nest inside. One of many creatures that will make use of an aardvark hole. There's a very long waiting list for that highly prized real estate. Now I'll see if I can possibly try and find that nest for you. It would be another interesting segment to spend a bit of time with those swallows. Let's see if I can track them down for you. Watch this space. Now there's all in all not as much activity at Scotia today. I believe this breeze is keeping the temperature at bay, the heat at bay. A couple of water birds. There was an intermediate egret here earlier. Of course the yellow-billed duck are still around. The little grebes are still busy at their nest. And what waterhole wouldn't be complete without a good old Egyptian goose? Who would have thought? A lovely big giraffe has snuck up on me here. I'm just going to pan over to him and see all about. Chillin' Manila.
The elusive Tingana, Duke of Djuma, has not been spotted in many months. And so it is with heavy hearts that we must assume and accept that he is no longer with us. In honor of Tingana, we are hosting a fireside chat. Sign up to be an explorer and join Tess and Tristan on the 10th of December to commemorate Tingana's legacy, a striking leopard whose story captured our hearts.
This beautiful male giraffe gracefully lopes over the plain. Let's go and see what is happening at Okikoyo Waterhole.
Thanks, Liam. And what we currently have at the moment is some zebra that have waded rather deep into the water. It's not every day that you do see them this deep. Of course, that black-faced impala just there. There's Gemsbok coming through as well. So what we were hoping would happen, kind of really has. I'll try and get a little bit closer in on the zebra that's very deep. It actually is quite awesome just to have this clearly siphoning up as much water as possible there. So just something cool to see. They're almost half submerged and really not thinking twice about what might be going on around it. Just enjoying a last long drink. Always good just to watch those ears, because I obviously do try and pick up all the different audio and that is around. There's really something so different and special when they are in like this. So cool to see, but also interesting just to see what else is going on, because that tail is going to be very wet now after this. And good to see how those ears move around, picking up and detecting anything that is in the area as well. Let's just see how long we'll get with this zeb, but quite clearly that tail is drenched. It literally has not stopped for a second. They really can take quite a fair amount of water in a sitting. They will sometimes drink twice a day, and at times up to 23 odd liters of water. Let's just have a look. So I think those other zebra have kind of started to push off a little bit further than this one. And you can see, just beelining it a little bit to get back to the harem. And it looks like off yonder into the thickets for the zebra. Let's just have a little pan around and see who else is here. Otherwise we'll get a glimpse of the springbok that is right in here. Little springbok ewe also taking a page out of that zebra's book and really submerging itself as well. So cool to see how they submerge themselves like this, and obviously, you know, what those coats look like when they are drenched. But this you clearly right in the thick of things and positively drenched. Hi, Errol, and it's not that they don't share with other species, it's just that there is a bit of a hierarchy, and on things such as water, which is obviously a very sought after resource, those hierarchies then come into play with things in particular like the elephant, and to some degree it will happen with the black rhino as well here, but everything kind of has a healthy respect for size, weight, strength, and I suppose power as well, around the waterhole too. So that is definitely why it kind of looks like that, and the Ellies will throw their weight around and make sure that they are the ones that have access to the water. But the animals definitely do share, and everyone is afforded the time and the ability to have a drink. Here is our black-headed heron. It looks to be a rather pregnant ewe there. But Errol, yeah, so it really just changes. Of course, certain seasons do dictate, some tougher behavior at times. Obviously, when it is drier, and perhaps those animals might have walked further distances. So a lot of things that will actually then play the part of what dynamic might be occurring at the waterhole at present. But at the moment, everyone seems rather relaxed. There hasn't been any argy-bargy. If anything, some of the zebra were, of course, doing zebra things at some point earlier this morning, being a little bit tough on each other, but generally everyone has been rather well behaved. Lots going on here at the moment. I'm going to get another closer zoom on these springbok that are edging ever closer and deeper into the water. That little harem of zebras still hanging off there. And acacia pied barbet calling as well. It always is fascinating watching these antelope wade in and enjoy themselves. And a number of Cape crows. 8 of them in frame at the moment. Of course, I did allude to it earlier. We do also get the pied crow here, and the crow and the raven family of birds being known to be the cleverest amongst the birds in the world. Hi Kelly, and I wouldn't say necessarily endangered, although their numbers obviously have taken a severe plummet over the last century or so. Noted in also having one of the greatest migrations across southern Africa, and of course with all the hunting and that has gone on and their numbers plummeting, we don't see that, also because in South Africa at least there are a lot of fences between farmland, so being able to traverse those areas is kind of pretty much not a thing anymore. So there might be areas where they are in fact maybe regionally extinct just because they've now been built up and urbanized. But fortunately for the springbok, no, that has not been the case. But although, as I did allude to, their numbers definitely have dropped. And there are 3 subspecies of them. Karoo springbok, the Kalahari noted as the biggest, and then up here, more the Angolan type, or Damara would be one of the 2. But those are the 3 separate subspecies. The Karoo being the smallest, those are the ones found in South Africa. The Kalahari the biggest, so in Namibia, South Africa, and Botswana. And then this here, which will probably be a little bit more arid adapted into Damaraland and southern Angola. So just keeping a track on what's going on there with those crows. This one springbok zooming in. Clearly a rather thirsty springbok ram there. A little bit of an interaction going on with that one younger springbok and the Cape Crow. Quite interesting to see. So, nevertheless, interesting things always going on. Yet to see any of the terrapins that are apparently here in the waterhole as well. Apparently they'll also be known to go after some of the bird life too. So something to always keep a lookout for. So just enjoying our wading and wallowing springbok here. Odd interaction going on with those Cape Crows. So something just to keep our eyes looking at. Just watching what's going on here with our springbok, of course. Very cool. I'm going to just zoom out though. Hi Robin, and that's a fantastic question. purely because springbok are also very arid adapted animals, and they actually have a comparatively low intake of water because of that. So they're known to take very little water, although obviously these ones are quite thirsty, and of course where there is access to good water for them, they're not going to shy away from it. But in some areas, springboks are known to even go without years for drinks, and sometimes in real dry areas they might not even drink throughout their entire life, because they do find a lot of the moisture that they do need from the vegetation that they do then imbibe or take in. So in extreme cases that is the case, but on average you're looking at around 300 to 400 odd mils of water then a day in areas. Here comparatively a bit more, as you can see. These guys are thoroughly enjoying the water right now. But a very interesting animal because of those adaptations, and known to have a very low resource burden in terms of water, and in terms of how much water they need to actually take per day. As I said to you, they can go a couple of years without drinking water, and in some really extreme and rare cases they are known to have not taken water for their lives even. But that is because they supplement that water and what they need in terms of what they need for survival from the foods that they do then take. So little bulbs, flowers, the dew off the flowers even in the mornings, succulent plants, tubers, melons. So very interesting things. Lovely to know and talk about the springbok and how adapted they are. But of course it does mean in the area and the region that we would find them in. So of course there are certain areas that are a little bit drier than others. Here not so much. So very cool. Lovely to also have our springbok here in good numbers. Let's have a look to see if there aren't a few of them in the shade already. Further taking advantage of what is around, and obviously able to conserve energy through doing these kinds of things. So there are a number of them there. Of course the zebra is still hanging off a little bit, but you can quite clearly see a number of those springbok in the shade. So just interesting scenes going on at the moment. It obviously is getting rather warm. We aren't yet at the peak of the heat for the day, but I can guarantee you that it is definitely starting to heat up here. It looks like one lone impala just off the game path there by the tree line, that first little clump of greenery. Cameron, and like with most desert and arid adapted antelope, here's another perfect example of one here, the gemsbok that have joined here. If you look at those colorations and patterns on their coats, those coats obviously then do help with regulating temperature and that as well. Also a number of different positions that they might take up to help with the dispersal of that. Of course, wading into the water like this will help regulate the temperature too. And obviously they're not needing to use and being able to conserve energy resources, such as not having to drink water throughout the course of the day, finding that moisture content off the vegetation that they might take, and then also capitalizing on the shade in these areas. So just off the top of our heads, that would be one. Also, perhaps moving at night as opposed to during the day. Some antelope and animals do that to conserve their energy and resources. But a perfect example again is here with these springboks sitting in the shade and using that to also combat and help preserve their energy consumption throughout the course of the day. Lots of those lapwings still around. Of course, we're just waiting and watching these springbok kind of move off. It does look like a number of them have decided that they've had enough time around the waterhole for now. So we'll just have to wait and see how this all pans out. But to me, that looks like the case. I'm sure we'll have good numbers of them throughout. Kind of only tail off again and around 2 to 3 or so during the day. Another gemsbok walking in, so that's fantastic. So we'll spend some time with our gemsbok. We're just enjoying some peaceful scenes now with a different antelope, the gemsbok at the moment. So I did say a lot of those springbok have kind of pushed off. But a nice scene here anyway with Cape Crow there as well as a black-headed heron in frame too. Hi Pamela, yes I do drink really delicately, kind of very gracefully I suppose then as well, because just of the nature of antelope, they generally are rather graceful and delicate things, although those horns are pretty formidable and you definitely wouldn't want to come and be on the wrong side of them, that is for sure.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Hi Robin, so I do think that the water is of very good quality here. It is obviously freshly pumped, but of course with the substrate that it is underneath here, all that calcrete, you probably find that there is quite a bit of calcium within the water as well. So I tend to lean towards the side that is probably quite basic, with a high pH, which is probably a good thing. But I could be very wrong. It could actually be more acidic. But with the amount of numbers of animals that do come through here, I tend to lean on the other direction, that the water quality is very good. And as I said, it is pumped. So I tend to lean towards the fact that it is probably quite basic and probably with a very good pH level. And doesn't seem that any of these animals have had an issue. We're still just waiting to see what might come and join us. It looks like some more impala are coming through. We'll spend some time with them. And again, just waiting to see when some of the bigger herds might come and join us as well. Perhaps even some elephants, but that remains to be seen. Hi, Trisha. And wow, that is an interesting question. Something I probably need to think about for some time. But I did read something very interesting and some research done on the Panthera genus. So that would be everything from tigers, lions, leopards, snow leopard, and jaguar. And that was with regards to coalitions. And they've actually started to find out and figure out through research that has been done that male jaguars do form relationships and have coalitions. They've been seen on carcasses together, even patrolling and interacting with each other as well, mating with different females too. And this is research that has just come out. So I suppose out of interesting facts that I have just stumbled upon, that is probably the most interesting. The fact that not only do lions form coalitions, but jaguars have been known now, and it is documented that they are known to also form coalitions in certain areas too. So perhaps that, Trisha. That and obviously some of the genes that elephant carry in terms of being able to ward off cancer and having very regenerative gene structures and proteins that help them not develop cancer. So as Trisha just did, sending through a question. If any of you have any questions that you'd like to ask, send through comments, points of interest, things you might notice on any of the areas we do come to you from. Please do send those through. It's fantastic when we get to interact with you guys. It does always keep us on our toes. So do send through anything that you may wish to know. It is a live and immersive experience. So send them through, and we will get back to you. But nice to have these impala through with us at the moment. Of course, the zebra just up there, although they've already been at the water. They've just been kind of mulling about. So we'll just have to wait and see what does start to happen. I am hoping for some bigger numbers of zebra. It looks like those impalas slowly starting to move off. And perhaps the zebra are even coming back for round 2. So we'll keep a tab on what's going on with them. It does look like that is the case. So quite clearly these zebra have come back for round 2, and we'll definitely get in a little bit closer in on them. They're very busy here throughout the course of the morning, at least up to midday so far. Hi, Kirsten. And it really will depend on the animal. But for example, the Angolan giraffe that is found here in the area are known to have the widest traversing home range area of the giraffe subspecies. So perhaps them, the elephants, the zebra as well. They do migrate. Two subpopulations of zebra here in Etosha. And it is noted that the one population migrates eastwards during the wet season, and that is thought to be a mitigation against anthrax that then becomes prevalent in the wet season here. So that would be January through to April. And the anthrax is found in the western to the mountainous areas of Etosha. But there are some zebra that then stay localized. And from what the research I've done is that from what I've been reading is that these zebra that actually migrate are known to be a little bit more dominant at the water sources and that where they go to, and obviously within their food resources. So just interesting to note, but they do move, so there is a migration with them. The wildebeest also can move far, the springbok as well, gemsbok too. We've seen red hartebeest, and we have seen eland as well. And all of these antelope are known to move pretty far distances. Hynance and springbok are its own genus. The gazelles also form their own kind of genus with other gazelles. There's Grant gazelles and a number of others. Damara, not Damara, there's one or two others that there are in terms of the gazelle family. So springbok are effectively gazelle-like, but they aren't true gazelles. They do look very similar to the Thompson's gazelle themselves, but they are two separate antelope families. If memory serves correct, the scientific name for springbok itself is also Antidorcus marsupialis, and that also just alludes to that patch back fur on the back there. That marsupialis, then that patch or pouch, that they, when they stock and pronk, show pretty prevalently a white line of hair that then pops up, which the gazelle don't have. Also separated geographically, and that also leads to some of the differences. So two separate species. So there are lots of different gazelle types. The one that I just forgot its name was actually called the Dorcas gazelle, but there are many mountain gazelles, Arabian gazelles, Saudis, goitered, grants, as I alluded to, Koivers, so many different types of gazelles that are out there. The Dharma gazelle as well is another, the Rim, so fantastic little species. So in fact, there are actually 19 different types of gazelles out there in the world. And they occur from East Africa through into Asia to the Indian subcontinent. But it's interesting watching. The zebra kind of moved off again. And we're going to have some Gemsbok coming to join the party just now as well. So just waiting to see what goes on. We can hear those mourning doves in the background again now. It's still lots going on. So kind of an ebb of flow of springbok at the moment. Hi, Baobab girl. And that is a very interesting question. So obviously, as you alluded to, in some antelope species, so there are other antelope species that do not have the horns. And primarily, I do think it is, I do just want to just rack my mind and my brain here, but primarily it would be for self-defense, if anything, because it can cause quite a bit of damage depending on the antelope itself, but it also is an evolutionary trait as well. But definitely things like oryx, those very formidable horns, things like sable as well, even roan, perhaps even the hartebeest and sesame to some degree, they would then be using those horns as a self-defense mechanism. But again, it does really depend on to which antelope species we are looking at and talking about, because some of those horns are far more formidable than others. And also, obviously, some of those antelope are far bigger than some of the others. So, for example, the springbok that are here in front of us, we use horns are very, very, very thin and spindly. But the gemsbok, as the other idea, or other example, really formidable horns of both males and the females, so bulls and cows. So to ward off any predators, those horns will definitely be used, and that would be the primary function. So we've really had a bumper Monday morning. We are obviously getting towards midday, but we are also getting ever so closer to Christmas. And Wild Earth can't wait for our festive games to begin. Our Christmas-themed bingo boards will be filled with turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even one fish eagle in a dead tree. So every Sunset Drive for 12 days will be filled with holiday fun, and the winner will be crowned on Christmas Day, and that is of the Christmas Bingo. So do stay tuned for those 12 days of Christmas and Christmas Bingo. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun, and it'll be awesome to see who does then become the Christmas Bingo champion of 2022. So still quite a bit going on over here. The hornbill's calling. Lots more gemsbok coming through. I'm hoping we're going to start to see more zebra numbers. We might just have to wait for some time for that. But we've had very good springbok numbers in gemsbok. Also lovely to see all the kudu we've seen. Those impala, the zebra of course, wildebeest, and the first warthog. That was really a treat. Well, it looks like our gemsbok are slowly starting to leave us alone here at the moment, which is quite sad. It's always fun seeing them. But what's going on here still? Fantastic numbers of our springbok. It looks like those zebras are still just going to be hanging off there in the distance. So we'll zoom in and sit with our springbok for now as they mill about and get into, I suppose to some degree, cooling themselves down. But the water, I'm sure, is quite hot. I'm sure getting into the water and then coming out, and if there was a breeze, that would definitely help cool you down. So I'm sure it does depend on the area we are in, so that would also be then the reserve, because they would then indicate, localized movements more than likely, and seasonality. So those would definitely be the two things that I would be looking for with regards to a swelling of, say, numbers in an area, or a congregation of numbers in an area. And obviously things like being dispersed as well then. So, perhaps it being far drier then. We did allude to the fact that springbok at some point and in some areas are known to not drink for years, and sometimes even their entire lives, because they can supplement that water that they need to survive through their diet. So more arid areas perhaps that might show different things. Almost outlier conditions, I would think. So if a very arid area now perhaps it receives quite a bit of rain, and we would then maybe note that springbok numbers in that area might swell in a localized area again in there. So for me, mostly going to dictate seasonality and maybe a surplus supply of resources. Yeah, you do also get a number of different recessive genes in the springbok too. So noted as the midnight or black springbok, the very white ones, the coffee, the saddlebacks as well. At least 4 different recessive genes in terms of the springbok too. Far more prevalent in South Africa there, those genes, and the recessive game breeding farms that are found throughout South Africa. So the black, the midnights, the coffee, and even the saddleback springbok. Let us just zoom back out. Looks like our numbers are dwindling a little bit here on this side, at least with our springbok. We'll come back to them shortly. And just see a Gemsbok moving off there. A couple of them, so perhaps they're also going to get in the water now, and I'm spending some time with them.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
So still very relaxing scenes here. And black-headed heron really not interested in moving around. So very, very cool. Lovely to see. Looks like our Gemsbok are moving off now. Great audio still with the crows and those mourning doves. Of course, lots of springbok milling about here at the moment too. So Just keeping a little tab on what's going on. Let's have a little pan through. It does seem like a pretty much never-ending conveyor belt of springbok at the moment. Too much else at the moment, so we're just going to have to wait and see. But we'll enjoy our springbok for now as well. So our gemsbok kind of moving about. There's a little bit of cloud cover slowly building up there. What that means for this afternoon remains to be seen. We're just going to have to sit here for a moment and enjoy all our springbok activity. So it's always quite impressive when you note just the amount of movement we do have in a day, a course of a morning, with regards to the different species, as well as the numbers of a species and how it changes day to day as well. And it always seems to be one that comes through in the highest or most prevalent numbers on a given day. It's always just interesting to note who that is. So quite clearly, the Springbok have won the day so far. In a close second to the Gemsbok and the Kudu, really. We haven't really had that much activity with the zebra and the wildebeest today. Although we have seen them, just not much going on. So it has been quite awesome, and we are still going to have to just engage in some patience here. But it's time for us to check in again with Andrew and BK and Amakala and see what's going on down there.
Nature, and then we got hit with load shedding, but what counts is that we are out and we have some ostriches over here. These are juvenile ostriches, and just look how big they're getting. So in case you're wondering, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that this could be the young ostriches that we initially found, myself and BK that day, with those young, what we call chonchos. That's the Xhosa word for babies, chonchos. And I think it could very well be them. There were 9. At the moment, I've only seen 3. Let's just see if more are going to pop out here. Quite a cool sighting. I'm not sure if you can hear, but there is a rufous nape lark that's busy calling quite a bit here. Okay, so they are heading behind a little bit of brush at the moment, but that's fine. It is a localized thicket that they are behind at the moment, and I'm sure if we give it enough time they're going to pop out the other side, much like this juvenile is doing here. So I do hope a certain someone is watching. I know exactly how ostriches have captured your heart without mentioning any names. Wow, look at this. It's quite a fluffy feather system that they've got going on there. They're still juvenile feathers, so we can expect them to be a lot more fluffier than the adults. And in about space of 3 or 4 days, I have seen ostrich feathers out in the Leeuwenbush Flats area, just the odd feather just lying on the ground. And I'm just wondering if it's not from either one of these juveniles, or maybe the female, because it is a greyish feather that I have seen, or greyish feathers that I have seen. Wow, these young ones are really having a good time feeding there. Now you can see a clear size difference. Here's a beautiful example of the male ostrich being black in coloration. Alright, copy that, Chulu. Alright, so I know the wind is giving us a bit of a hassle here, so I'm going to take one of the spare caps and I'm going to just shelter the mic like so. That should work, I think. Hopefully this much better. So what month are we in now? We're in December now, so we should be past sort of the brunt of the windy season, which is usually August, September out here. That's common for South Africa, August, September. And it's just amazing how the weather does change out in the Eastern Cape so drastically. It's starting to cool down a lot now, which makes me think that somewhere out there it's probably raining, causing it to cool down quite a bit. And they did forecast some light showers here from 11 o'clock onwards. That hasn't happened, and I don't think it is going to happen, but you can't rule it out, being the Eastern Cape, and of course Amakhala being in the heart of the Eastern Cape. Ah, there we go, Darcy Miller. I've been waiting for that. I know you like ostriches, so here we are. We're watching this particular group of ostriches, which I do believe is the young ones that we initially found, that were so small that you could literally fit in your hand, in one hand. And they do grow very quickly, and they're going to stay sort of with the adults for, I must just try and rack my brain, see if I can remember how long they stay with the adults. And they're going to go independent by next year. It's amazing that the incubation period is somewhat similar to that of the secretary birds, being about 42 days or so, which is very surprising because it's quite a large egg. It's about double the size of a cricket ball. Anna, you are quite right, and hello to you. You are quite right. Oh, look at these skills BK has. So we have a pied crow that's flying over. There, just out of frame. Bit quick for us, but well captured though. Yeah, so males and females do incubate the eggs, and it's not a written rule, but the males tend to sort of take the night shift role. Now the males are much larger than the females, and also the male has got the black featheration of feathers, and because of that he tends to incubate the eggs in the nighttime hours. And because he's black, he can definitely trap in heat a lot better and hide away in the darkness of the night while incubating the eggs, as well as being bigger, very efficient at protecting those eggs. Now the females, they tend to more take the daytime role, so sort of being more grey and pale, able to push away heat and then also camouflage in the daytime. But this is not a written rule. I have seen female ostriches incubating the eggs at night many times, and I've seen male ostriches incubating in the daytime. And that's what I love about nature, is that there is no written rule with nature. They will make up their own rules. It depends how they feel comfortable and what they feel like doing. They don't read the books that we read. And then yeah, these ostrich youngsters will stay with the adults for around about between 7 and 8 months, and they'll go fully independent of the adults, usually staying within the same areas that they're born or hatched, same thing I guess. Until becoming a lot more confident and moving elsewhere. Alright, so BK is on the gyro at the moment. What have you spotted, BK? Aha. Brilliant. Got a nice dazzle of zebra out in the field here, busy grazing. You see how brown some of them are looking. Especially the one individual there. So that's a result of shadow stripes on their body, which are sort of more browner stripes around the hindquarters between the black stripes, and then also due to sort of dust bathing. They do roll their backs in fine sand, much like horses do. Makes them go a bit brown. And from a far distance away, the camouflage becomes brown in coloration, as you can see with a few individuals here, which is quite convenient, because from a distance they're going to blend in very well. Very interesting animals to watch, and it's interesting to see them in the harem, because even though they're feeding, they're preoccupied at the moment. You find that some of them really do form bonds with one another and they become good friends, whereas others in the harem, they can't stand each other and they try and kick each other and bite each other. Now sometimes when you're looking at animals in the nature, you have to challenge yourself. You have to ask yourself, what is the role of this animal? Because in nature there's going to be a role, sort of a niche that they're going to fill. And there's at least two that come to mind. One is that they are going to keep the area short in terms of the grass, which means that any growth, so imagine a rain takes place, and those grasses are going to grow immediately almost, and keeps the shoots nice and green in order for them to graze. But then once other animals come into the area, they can also graze. So they do bulk graze, which means that they're going to feed in quantity opposed to quality. And they eat all types of grasses in a sort of a bulk fashion, and then later on you'll find a multitude of other animals come into the area and they can take advantage of those green shoots. So now you can even see now there's a lot of green shoots happening there. And the second role, and it's quite a sad one, is that they are going to provide food for large carnivores such as lions. And just to give you an idea, one lioness that is very experienced, only one lioness is capable of actually catching a full-grown zebra. And of course, you know, lions are pride animals, and females hunt together, so they are most definitely capable, and they do hunt zebra from time to time. Being quite a big animal, it's going to be quite a rewarding meal for a pride of lions, and can sustain everybody well. Natalie, the success rate of foals in Amakhala. It's a good question. So they do have quite a high success rate. Oh, there's even a waterbuck in the top right corner there. Yeah, they do have a very high success rate here, I would say. Of course, some of them do get eaten by predators. But by the same token, a lot of them do survive as well. Now, if you get into the right areas here in Amakhala, you find that zebras do fill those areas. Liebenbosch Flats usually has got several groups of zebras walking around, grazing around. Now, I know a zebra is a big animal, but when a foal is born, they're going to get hunted by all of the above. So I have seen cheetah on Amakhala take a zebra foal before. And that happened about 2 years ago. And before the foal knew it, it was all over. I don't think the foal suffered at all. Good afternoon, JP. Thanks for your question. So yeah, what stands out for me with zebra as an individual, as you're all individuals at the end of the day, for me, what stands out for me is, okay, the stripes being a very unique animal in terms of their coloration and their patterns. So just the stripes for me is a sort of an outstanding characteristic. But then also the mane, which is on the neck. You'll notice that the stripe on the neck, say for example the stripe on the neck is white, as it leads up to the mane, it is white as well in that spot. So a very organized looking animal, if you will. They're very neat in terms of their pattern. Then of course their chestnut in the inside of their front leg that you can see now, that little black little patch, call that a chestnut. And each chestnut is very unique in shape. It's also a nice way of for zebras to identify individuals within a harem easily through, of course, their stripe pattern, but more so as well by the chestnut. So they have multiple ways of identifying one another, and smell and behavior. BK, what stands out the most for you with zebra? The stripes as well. Okay, so BK agrees as well. He finds that the stripes are a characteristic. JP, you must tell us what your characteristics are, your main characteristic that stands out with zebra. I'd like to know as well. I love their sound. They've got such an awesome sound, and once you learn the call of a zebra, it can't be mistaken. It's also quite interesting that there has been a name change with the plain zebra. It used to be known as a Burchell zebra, and the Latin name was the Equus burchelli, known as the Burchell zebra. But then there was a name change, and they got given the name the plain zebra because they do live in open environments, and that is called a plain, or the plains is an open environment, and this is where they hang out, so plain zebra. And then the Latin name changed as well to Equus quagga. Yeah, look at that big waterbuck that's in the frame there. Isn't he magnificent? That is a big one. Truly a spectacular specimen of a waterbuck. So of course, because they bulk graze, it means that they're going to go to the toilet quite a bit. So you'll notice that they'll sometimes stand still and defecate. Other times they're going to walk while defecating as well. This adds nutrients back to the soil, sort of like a fertilizer. So everything is for a specific reason. Nature doesn't do things for no reason, and always keep that in mind. And those two that are walking, one of them is pregnant. Oh, JP, thanks for giving us that. So your characteristic is a typical horse-shaped animal. Oh, there's a warthog doing a flyby. Meow. Cheerio. Yeah, they are equine, so they are horse sort of related animals. They are part of the horse family. This is a wild horse that you're seeing. The hoof structure is identical to that of a horse, where it's a singular hoof, and I know that Liam touched base in this quite nicely. There's no split in the hoof when it comes to zebra, much like horse. It's circular and sort of whole. And if you want to confuse yourself, we call them we'll put them into the Presiodactyla sort of breakdown, which is an odd-toed ungulate. And then anything with even toes, even ungulates, even hooves, even splits, classified as the Artiodactyla breakdown, or artiodactyl, depends how you want to pronounce that. Okay, I stand to be corrected here. There are a few drops of rain coming our way. I can just feel it, and some of it hitting the roof. So if you are hearing a sound, I do beg your pardon for that. There's an African, what is that bird? Cape Longclaw. That's busy calling just behind us here. You'll often hear me mentioning some of the birds that maybe you do see or don't see or hear. It's because BK is very interested in learning birds and he's catching on extremely quickly. And I just identify them while they are around so that he can also pick up what is what. And he's getting pretty good at it now. What's your favorite bird, BK?
African jacana.
The?
African jacana.
Ah, that's a nice bird one. African jacana is BK's favorite bird. My favorite bird is the bar-throated apelus. And I would like to know what your favorite birds are, or bird, if there was one that you can sort of identify as your favorite. Please let me know. It doesn't need to occur here. It can occur in anywhere in the world. And you can tell me why they're your favorite. So for me, the bar-throated apelus is my favorite because when I was what we call a baby ranger, so when I just done my course and I got my first job, I was at the early morning waiting for my guests to finish their coffee and come through for the game drive, and I was waiting against a wall. I was pressed up against a wall, just waiting patiently, and there was a light next to me, and that was attracting a lot of the little moths. And this one moth landed on my shoulder, and I saw the moth and I just left it there. And just out of the blue, out of nowhere, this bar-throated apelus came hopping through the bush and flew straight towards my shoulder, grabbed that little moth, and then flew back into the bush before I could even think about what was going on. And for me, that was great. And ever since then, I absolutely love them. I know Darcy Miller, yours is the ostrich. How come you like African jacanas so much?
Because they walk on water.
Aha.
Their
Yes, because they walk on water, the African jacana, and the males raise their own chicks. And that's the reason why BK loves African jacana. Look at those three that are all lined up. Oh, that is terribly organized, isn't it? That is amazing. 3 in a row. Gives a whole new meaning to get your ducks in a row and get your zebras in a row. That is awesome. It'll make a nice photograph, absolutely. Oh, Louise, thank you. That's very kind of you to send that along. Thank you so much. You're welcome, hey. And that's what I love about this industry and this lifestyle that I've got. Is this is a non-stop learning environment. You will learn until the day you die out here when it comes to nature, and that's what I really love about it. Nature is a special place, very special place. And we can learn from nature every day. We already have learned from nature. If it wasn't for birds, if birds ceased to exist, would we have aeroplanes in the air? If fish didn't exist, would we understand how to build submarines, etc.? So we learn from nature every day. One thing I've noticed about nature is nature does humble you. Because you realize, especially when we had that elephant sighting on one of the sunset safaris, this was just before Morgan went on his holiday. And elephants were quite close to us. And this one elephant was very, very close. And for that moment in time, I felt so small. I felt like a peanut. And nature often puts you in your place. But thanks, Louise. Very kind of you. Ah, there's a lovely bonding process happening there. Look at that, eh? They run together, and sometimes they'll groom each other. Ah, look, just like they're doing now. So these are young zebras. Oh, it looks like one is getting a little bit upset there. Doesn't take much for a zebra to get upset. Oh, that is stunning. Oops. Whenever you see that, sort of the hind legs lift up, one is about to launch a kick, which is also part of their social way. You find that they do sometimes lightly kick each other, and I imagine that it must be quite sore. But if you look at the way a zebra is built, especially with the skull, it's quite a square skull. And if I had to hold up a zebra skull in one hand and say a waterbuck skull without the horns in another hand, or a kudu skull without the horns, you'll find that the zebra skull is much heavier. So it is built in such a way that it is expected to be kicked in its face. But now when there's sort of stallions that are really going to go at each other, you'll know all about it. It's not this light tapping or showing sort of the pose that it's going to kick. It actually launches full on kicks. And with that circular hoof, it can actually cut them, believe it or not, and draw blood. Oh, LG7, your favorite bird in South Africa is a lilac-breasted roller. They are brilliant birds, those. So pretty. Yeah, I would say that's definitely in some of my top favorite birds, lilac-breasted roller. And I'll tell you something interesting about them, that in the Afrikaans language, very descriptive by the way, the name for a lilac-breasted roller is a gewone troupand, which if I translate it means a wedding band. And I know in one of the African cultures, for a man to prove his love to a woman, he would present her with the tail feathers of the lilac-breasted roller, and that would signify how much he cared about her and how much he loved her. But the trick was, he had to capture the bird alive and release the bird unharmed alive. And that would illustrate how gentle he could be, how passionate he was, and how serious he was about this particular lady. And that's how the lilac-breasted roller gets that name. Troupand, wedding band. I think it's a national animal of Botswana. Or the national bird of Botswana, I mean. Wonderful animals. Have a look at each individual. You'll see that their manes are very erect. So this harem is very healthy at the moment. They are all in very good condition. Manes are all standing upright, which means that the fat in the neck is all there. When they lose condition and they're becoming thin, you don't see rib cages with this animal because they're always bloated. But what will happen is their necks will start to lose weight, which means that when they're in weak condition, their bodies are sort of now digesting or utilizing the fat in the neck as energy, and the hair, which is usually upright, starts to fall down because it's not supported anymore. And that's how we tell if zebras are in poor condition as a general guideline. And it's quite a good thing to understand when the hindgut fermenting animals are losing condition. Because if they are bulk grazing and not getting enough out of the bulk graze, can you imagine the ruminants, so all the antelopes, are they getting energy? So we use animals like warthogs and zebras as indicators that if they are starting to perish, there's a problem. You'll notice there's an upside down tree there, not the baobab tree. That's given the nickname the upside down tree. But that tree just behind the zebras is literally upside down. That's been plucked out by an elephant at some point, turned it over, and ate the roots. So I should imagine this was done probably last winter. Now often elephants will target roots of plants in the winter because the plant is storing its minerals in the roots, and that's how it survives. Look at that zebra doing a dust bath over the other. Oh no, we're not dust bathing, playing. This is how they're going to develop a strong neck, by playing like that. This is just sparring, play fighting, re-establishing bond between each other. Alright, that was a splendid sighting of these zebras. I'm going to send you back to Alex at Ukakuya Waterhole. I believe he's watching an antelope or two of sort on that side.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, back here in Okakuyo, which has been spectacularly busy throughout the course of the morning and into this early afternoon, and we are joined again with some kudu. So it's been really fun having all these kudu with us throughout the course of the day. Lots of springbuck obviously as well, and really no complaints. So still waiting on the large herds of zebra to come join us, but great to have all these other animals around us, facilitating any thirst that might have come through, which definitely has come through really, but lots of springboks still around. Always good to see the kudu this side. It was also great to see the first warthog that I've seen here up in Okakuyo, so no complaints really. I just want to scoot across here to the right hand side because there we go, it sounded like something was coming here. Nice to have all these wildebeest right now. But of course the first warthog earlier, that was really special. Really, really cool. And nice to know that they are in the area. It's a lovely herd of wildebeest that has come through and joined us. And really is cool. Just the diversity that we do get. Because being able to mix it up throughout the course of the day as well with the different herds that are around. So nice just to immerse ourselves with the wildebeest for a second. They don't hang around for too long, but nice to see them in a good number like that. We'll just have to wait and see who comes down to join us next. It looks like that might be a zebra up top there. No, it's a Gemsbok that is up top. Also had very good numbers of them throughout the course of the day. So no complaints really. We've been nice and busy. Lovely to see. Sadly, our wildebeest have left us here in Okaukuejo for now. We're going to just end up zooming out and keeping tabs on what developments are really starting to take place. It looks like a number of those springbok have also left, and we'll just have to have a look and see. So we're just going to have to sit here and wait for a moment or two. Lots of springbok around still, but those wildebeest have left. There's the odd Gemsbok in the distance. And we're really just waiting for the numbers to build up again. But it's quite cool actually watching these springbok right in front of us. We'll have a look at them. It's not always we have them wading into the water right in front of us. So quite cool, and I'm sure they'll turn around and give us a look as well. So you'll be able to just pick up the audio of those yellow-billed hornbills. That little popping sound that's going off at the moment. A nice big springbok ram though. Dramatic harp-shaped horn that he has on himself. Of course, a ewe on the left of him and a younger individual just off to the right here. Hi, Natasha. And there are a number of interesting hornbills that we do get here as well. So the Demara and the Bradfields. And I'm going to count for you now, but I'm pretty sure it's 5. I will confirm though. So that being the yellow-billed, the red-billed, the Demara, Bradfields, and there's another. Just need to check the list. So Montero's being that other 5th one, 6th being the African Grey, which we did actually hear earlier. So African Grey, the Bradfields, the Demara red-billed, Montero's. We do get ground hornbills as well. So 7. Southern red-billed and southern yellow-billed. So 7 hornbill species here. Looks like they've all kind of left us. A little grebe over there, 1 or 2 blacksmith lapwings. And let's just have a look to see. Probably across over here will be our best point, just to have a look at any of these springbok that do come join us now again. Always lots going on, even if it's just the lapwings that happen to be around. Sometimes up to 13 plus in a shot. So very cool audio at the moment. Of course, we do and are joined by the springbuck. So we're just going to have to sit here and wait. I'm sure we will get 1 or 2 other antelope, other animals through as well. But currently the springboks are indulging us. And we will just sit with them and take it in. PJ, yes, the vocals really are spectacular at the moment. Very, very busy. Nice to have some different vocals too. Of course, also nice to be joined by a springbuck. Sometimes are overlooked, so great for us to be able to sit with them anyway and enjoy while they wade in. sadly, these guys are going to start to head on out. We're going to just have to zoom back out ourselves. Although it is quite cool listening to all the audio. Definitely starting to get very warm here in Okaukuejo. We do start to notice a tail off in the animal numbers as it starts to get warm. Let's just have a look. So, still a number of springbok around regardless, but it does look like their numbers are slowly waning. I'll just join these two for the moment. It does look like we're going to be waiting. So, a patience game and the patient gear definitely engaged. Our black-headed heron has also moved on from here too, so we're just going to have to wait and see what does decide to come on through. Take in any of that audio that is around, and of course just enjoy a quiet moment with some springbok. Hi Wesley, so just going to get that again, symbiotic relationships that impala do. So very good question, Wesley. And in terms of symbiosis, we obviously do get impala and springbok in different areas and in different numbers, along with other things too. So wouldn't be to say that they have the same symbiotic relationships. They clearly do share symbiotic relationships depending on where we do find them and in the areas that they do occur. So of course symbiotic relationships up here would be those that are probably shared with the likes of the zebra, the gemsbok, both impala and springbok, and any of the other antelope that really would be around, kind of helping each other to figure out and see if there are any predators in the area, or any danger signs as well. So for those of you that don't know, symbiosis is in fact an interaction between the two different organisms living in a close physical association of each other, but generally to the advantage of both. So example of symbiosis, at least with wildebeest and zebra, that the wildebeest will take the shorter grasses and the zebra the higher grasses. So they feed in a symbiotic relationship where they are found. Of course, the best way how they would work is of course for protection and keeping a lookout for any predators that might be in the area. So impala sharing that symbiotic relationship most often or not with single bull wildebeest in most areas, as they're trying to set up a new area or herd and become that dominant bull within a society then. Giraffe as well also do practice that, but I mean they do occur and they do come to the water holes as well in their own numbers at their own times too. But the symbiosis then is a little bit different just because of the amount of numbers that we get of each. So there's a higher number of springbok here than there would be of impala, and in reserves such as in Djuma or in the Greater Kruger we don't get springbok at all. So the symbiosis then will change on the different areas that they occur in as well, and obviously where they cross occur. So it can mix up and change. Also because there are another number of other species that are then also found in those areas, and they might all collectively then get involved in that symbiotic or symbiosis between and across the different species.
International Animal Rights Day is on the 10th of December. Here at Wild Earth, we believe that for people to see animals as equals, they must understand how animals live and recognize that they have emotions just like us. Join us for Quizmania, a weekend of interactive fun with prizes to be won, where we will test you on how much you know about the animals we share our planet with.
So our springbuck numbers definitely starting to pick up again. Nice to have them coming back to join us, and the numbers starting to swell once more. Let us just zoom back out again. Time for us to keep a track on what is going on, who else might be coming to join us, and if indeed any of these zebra are planning on coming through for us. Doesn't look like that is the case at the moment. There's lots of springbuck and good audio, really. As you can see, more springbuck walking through over there. So just following one of those game parts down. So it's always quite cool when they are quite a distance away from us. They almost look like little ants on their way down to the waterhole. So I'm going to come in closer in anyway. I do think we'll probably see them here on this northerly side. So it looks like our numbers are slowly starting to pick up, and for those of you that have joined us, please do be reminded that this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So do send through your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you want to know about, anything you want us to further expand on. It's fantastic when we get to interact with you guys, so do get them through, and we'll make sure that we answer you into the best of our abilities. But the numbers of springbok right now are swelling, and we really can't complain about that, can we? So if you have tuned in and you want to know anything, send it through. We'll definitely get back to you. So lots going on, and definitely the theme of the day has been wading or wallowing springbok. They've got right into the thick of it, moved really into the deep ends of the water. And every time I kind of think that their numbers are tapering off, there's a new herd that comes through, and the numbers pick right up again. So just interesting to note. Hi Yvonne, so aquatic plants aren't necessarily plant matter or plants that springbok would be associated to or with, because they are arid adapted animals, and they primarily eat little forbs, succulents, perhaps even browse. They graze. I mean, look, if there was green matter around the side of the dam, and we do see them here, where there are any green shoots also picking up that, so they will take that. But aquatic matter would be few and far between for these antelope. They'll also go for little rocks and tubers, perhaps on melon as well, depending on the area they're found in. Of course, where we do get them down in the Karoo and that, obviously then taking fynbos and those kind of things as well. So quite a varied diet, but aquatic matter I don't think would be something that would feature too much or too high, even if it was present for springbok. A quiet moment this afternoon with our springbuck right now. Lots going on with them though. And they always are milling about, or I suppose on a one-track mind to kind of get to the water and then either wade through or pick up any of the little greenery or green shoots that we have started to notice around the dam itself. But generally that is the case. When any of the animals are approaching the water, kind of beelining it straight to that resource and then heading off to go and graze or browse again. A nice gemsbok that has joined us as well, and no complaints. So enjoying our moments with the gemsbok right now. Always good and always interesting to see the different size profiles of the antelope that do occur in the area as well. So nice one to see, and of course good one to get involved and immersed in with. So rather relaxed scenes. This gemsbok seems that it is. Drank its full and is also going to be leaving the scene. It looks like we're going to have one of those moments where the action kind of dies for a second. But let's wait and see. It has changed up quite constantly, He's losing all my words today. It has changed up pretty substantially throughout the course of the day, and it seems that is a constant theme. So we just have to wait and see where the next numbers really of springbok will be coming from. So our springbok numbers have started to wane again. This heat is really starting to get pretty intense up here as well. The cloud cover that was kind of coming through, it looks like it is being burnt off. And we are just waiting on the next number of animals to come and join us. So having a little scan around, otherwise we're just going to have to sit and be a bit patient while we wait on the next to kind of rally and come through. But it looks like some Yep, and what I thought was going to happen. So a huge number of zebra coming down. And we'll just sit here and kind of allow them to approach us. They will start to come through on the screen down this kind of game path that does lead in here. So it would look like a large number of zebra. And I've been looking forward to seeing that. So true, Sarah, and we are starting to get the beginning of this rather large harem of zebra coming through, and it always is cool when we see them kind of, the numbers swell and then descend right upon us, and having them hang around for some time is also great, because the zebra do hang around for quite some time, and there's always an interesting interaction with them too, quite cheeky at times as well. They do give each other quite a tough ride as well here and there. So interesting to see how the dynamics change and what else might be going on. But you can just see the numbers are slowly starting to swell up here. Lots of zebra approaching. So if you can see there, all that movement in the distance coming down is really a huge herd of zebra that we're waiting to kind of descend right upon us. And then I'm not too sure how we're going to get in, because they will probably take up the majority of the dam and waterhole itself. So it'll be interesting to see how many of them actually come through at once, or if there are a number of waves. Hi, Lenny. Yes, all 10,000 of them. It does look like rather a large number. And in fact, we are looking at around 15,000 zebra within the central part of Etosha. And at least that's what I found out earlier. But here, just a little chunk of them. Some little argy-bargy going on as well. But it is a procession of zebra on their way down to us. So it's basically a zebra wall that is on the way down to us. And from what I can see, there are still more coming through the Mopani. So we are going to be inundated with zebra momentarily. So I'm just going to position the camera because it's rather impressive seeing all these zebra come through, and I'm pretty sure they are going to take up the majority of the dam itself, or the waterhole. The wind is picking up, so let's just wait and see how they go about this. Not too sure why they are taking their time, because they had quite a bit of purpose on their first start to the walk. It looks like it has changed now. Let's just come in. And you'll notice a number of them, I'm sure, hot and bothered. And the odd kick and bite going off as well.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So still going to be interesting to see how much longer the other zebra take to get through. The ones there at the tree line. Lots going now down here at the water's edge. And once this initial bunch has started to drink, everyone is a lot easier. It finds it easier going in terms of getting down to the water. So really fantastic. Nice to have got all of this approach with our zebra. And while these zebra mill about, it's time for us to link across to Andrew and see what birding they're getting up to that side.
So we have managed to make our way to the secretary bird nest, and here we are. And so far I've got visual of at least 2 of the young ones. We're just going to wait and see if the third one does pop up, which I'm sure it will. They've been doing very, very well. We did have a brief sighting of one of the adults. Of course, that adult is out foraging, but quite close to the nesting area. Just the topography of the land doesn't accommodate us for pointing the camera in that direction. So we'll just stand by here and wait. And just to sort of paint a picture in your head, sort of the drive for us to get to the secretary bird nest is not the easiest of drives. The road is quite rocky and sort of bumpy. And yesterday we were on our way down here to have a good look at them, and we managed to break the axle of the Land Rover. And luckily it was still drivable. BK managed to spot some of the oil coming out of the center hub of the vehicle, and we realized what had happened. So we had to sort of turn back, reverse all the way back, which was, yeah, neck strenuous. And we had to just get that vehicle back to the workshop. And here we are now. And that's all that counts. Okay, so I did see a little bit of yellow, so that will do a full roll call for the afternoon. All 3 chicks are alright, doing good, happy, and just relaxing over there. Oh, Lenny, you're welcome. And yeah, good to hear from you again. Yeah, gets quite a few comments and questions from you, and I really appreciate that, by the way. And yeah, you're very, very welcome. It's just really nice to be here. And one of the highlights, if not the highlight for me, being out here on Amakhala, and not just with the Wild Earth team, but my entire career here at Amakhala, I would say this is undoubtedly the highlight of all highlights for me. The Secretary Bird Nest and Chicks definitely has a very, very special place in my heart, and I have loads of great expectations for them in the future. Gary, hi there. It's a tough one to answer that. So the fledging stage is usually between 8 and 10 weeks, depending on quite a few variables. But if I was to bank money on it, I would say, it's a tough one, eh? I would say in a week or a week and a half, I'm guessing, is when they're gonna fledge. And definitely hoping to be at that moment when they do decide to climb down the nest for the very first time, because that is a very special moment that you are present with them when they take the next step. And that is what I really, really enjoy about working with Wild Earth. I really love this because we're able to do this, as well as work with some fantastic people, the directors and tech and camera operators and the other naturalists. But to be able to follow a story like this, it's truly priceless. Shame, the wind has picked up a bit. We've got a nice little sheltered spot here, so I can hear the wind is not too bad where we are sitting at the moment. But I see the feathers on this one's back is sort of fluttering around. But I'm sure they are grateful because earlier on it was very, very warm, and now it's cooled down quite a bit because there is some rain in the area, not where we are. We are quite fine here, and that's cooling things down quite nicely. So I think even though it is quite windy for them, they are quite happy with that. trying to think which is the chick that likes to stand up here. As I say, it is very difficult to identify which one of them is that chick that likes to stand up, because of course they can stand up at any time, and it's very difficult to understand. But what I am presuming is, sort of, imagine you have the nest. What I'm presuming is each one of these 3 chicks sort of has their position in the nest, and that's where they sit. I don't think they shuffle their positions too much, not now, being quite big. Maybe when they were younger they did. Which makes sense, because if you're in a good position when you're sitting in the nest and food comes with the adult, the chick or chicks that are sort of cordoned off from where the adult finds a place to land is less likely to get the food. So if you're in a good position in the nest, it increases your chances of getting that meal first. And I know it sounds a little bit sad that maybe one of them might be less developed than the other or others, but that's the way it works out here. Nature only has space for the strong. It's a very strict rule Mother Nature has. You have to be strong to survive. If you're not strong, you don't have what it takes, unfortunately you're not going to last. And there's no grey area. That was a strong gust that pulled through there. We are quite elevated up here in comparison to the rest of the reserve. And we can count our lucky stars that we can be here right now because of the status of the way we sort of damaged the vehicle yesterday, if we can call it that. And I'd just like to thank Bush Lodge and Reed Valley and Rod Weeks for helping us with a new vehicle and sorting out our vehicle as quickly as he possibly could. Oh, look at that stretch. Look at those feet. No way. That's the first time I've really seen the foot. And when it comes to secretary birds, that bill or beak needs to develop quite quickly, as well as the wings and then the legs, because all 3 are very important for their survival. Of course, the legs being quite long, like stork's legs, with very fat toes. There we go, just bending it back in. With fat toes in order to stun the prey, so snakes and mice and things like that. Then the wings for escaping competition, and the beak for finishing off prey and then gobbling it down. So it needs to be quite well developed, and we have seen this with the chicks from a young age, that when they were about 2 weeks old or 2.5 weeks old, that their beaks already were well developed. They were yellow like a t-shirt, and now it's becoming quite burnt orange in color as the adults are. Now, when it comes to the tracks and the signs of the animals, and I'm sure Alex on the dam cameras will agree with me, secretary bird footprint is not difficult to identify because of the nature of their fat toes. So other raptors or birds that have got quite fat toes that spend a lot of time on the ground, such as ground hornbills, have also got fat toes, but not nearly like a secretary bird. So definitely it's one of those situations here where you really need to watch this space, because when the fledging process happens, it's going to be all over before you know it. And the official fledging process is sort of when they climb out the nest and land on the ground. That's the sort of the initiation of the first step. Then the second step of the fledging process is going to be the shepherding. So the adults will take them along for walks in the bush and show them that, hey, there's some food. Try go for it, see how you do. And that will last for, I'm not 100% sure, as there's not a lot of information to be told about secretary birds, to be honest with you. And we will definitely observe that, and I will know from when we do witness it for ourselves. And once they are ready and confident and have learnt all the tricks and mastered the basics, they are ready to go off, and off they'll go. More than likely, as what is the ostriches, they'll stay within the adult's territory just to increase the chances of them being successful in growing into an adult. Because you can imagine, if these inexperienced juveniles go independent and they go into another secretary bird's territory, competition is going to take place, and another secretary bird who is territorial is not going to care about the fact that these youngsters are growing up, and it's not that adult's youngster, so it will probably harm them. So rather just stay within the adult's territory until you are really fully developed, full grown, semi-mature, and ready for life. Oh my, look at those toes. It's stretching way out. Wow, that's interesting. What a wonderful way to spend a day, isn't it? And I always keep my eyes open for any of their loose feathers that are on the ground. Because most definitely, if I find one, I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to keep it for the rest of my life. I will put it in such a safe place. And for me, that'll be sort of my token of spending all this time with them, getting to know them, and something I can hold on to in my hand just to cherish them. And it's nice to see how used to us they've gotten. But even when we first came here, they weren't particularly bothered by us at all. And they've gotten so used to us now that they totally ignore us and continue doing what they normally do. And that's what you want. Whenever you go on a safari in Africa, keep in mind that you want to view the animals doing their natural activities. You never want to disturb them. You want them to continue as if you weren't there, much like what's happening here. Wow, look at those legs. Very impressive. Very interesting being here. And of course, while we're here, and I know Alex, even though Alex on the dam cameras is pretty busy with his own job, I can guarantee you he is watching. He's stopped everything he's doing and he's watching this nest with us there in the mission control. Alex, I'd like to know what your favorite bird is. I never have asked you, and I know that you are a very avid birder and you're very good at your bird watching and identification. So yeah, let me know what your favorite bird is. I'd love to know. And then my friends in the mission control, let me know what your favorite birds are as well. Let me see if we can find them out here, if they do occur out here. And then everybody that is watching, if there's a specific animal that you are hoping that we can try and find for you at some point, you are welcome to make requests. And we can definitely try and keep our eyes peeled and spend some time looking for those animals. Ah, MC Nadine, that is a nice choice. A little bee eater. So one of our directors, Nadine, is doing quite well and a very good director. She says her favorite bird is a little bee eater. Very pretty little birds, aren't they? Haven't seen one for years. They don't occur out here. But I would love to see one again. Oh, MC Max, yours is a Cape Parrot. Wow, those are quite rare to see. It's interesting that the camera operator Morgan was telling me that out in the Hogsback, where he sometimes spends a lot of time, they apparently see the Cape Parrots close to his house. I've never seen Cape Parrots in my life. Sadly, they're endangered now, because they're very much associated to the yellow wood trees. They eat the fruits of the yellow wood trees. And yellow woods have been cut down, sadly, for furniture. And that has somewhat affected the Cape Parrot population over the years. Alright, Jarrett at MC says Southern Ground Hornbill. Yeah, go big or go home, hey? Yeah, they're impressive. I actually I did a case study on them once in the first place that I worked, Southern Ground Hornbill. They're also endangered. I think the numbers have picked up because of the amount of awareness with the Southern Ground Hornbills there is now. But it's interesting how poor breeding the Southern Ground Hornbills really are. As they say every 9 to 10 years do they actually manage to successfully raise a chick into an adult form. Every 9 to 10 years, can you imagine? And that has affected the ground hornbill population, as well as the increasing elephant population in the Kruger National Park, as they do push down big trees, and that has affected the nesting sites for southern ground hornbills quite negatively, in fact. Hey, this one likes to stretch, eh? Stretches a lot today. Chulu, I was waiting for you to tell me yours. The Kori Bustard is your favorite one. Nice one. They are also very impressive birds. When you see them fly, Kori Bustards, knowing how heavy they can get and still power those wings and take flight, Yeah, they must be really made of some strong stuff to be able to do that. And then my favorite bird I have mentioned is between two. It's been a bar-throated apellis for many, many years, but secretary bird and bar-throated apellis, they're on the equals. Between those two birds, really enjoy them a lot. Many years ago, when I used to work in the Kruger National Park out at Timbavati Game Reserve, traveling through Hoedspruit, one of the main towns close to the nature reserve, there was a gentleman that used to carve things out of wood. Now this gentleman, he was very talented. He could carve almost any animal with his bare hands and obviously using tools. And one of the birds that he did carve was a secretary bird. And if I had known then what I know now, I would have bought one. And I think anything secretary bird related, I think I'm going to purchase, most definitely. So when these juveniles do fledge and they start hunting in this general area, one thing is for sure, that there's going to be plenty of food for them. Because of what we've seen with the adults, they've come with so many different things. And so they've been focusing, the adults have been focusing on small mammals and a few reptiles, changing the diet somewhat to accommodate the fact that there are growing chicks that need quite a bit of food. But now when the fledging process is done and the adults are sort of done raising these young chicks, then you'll find that they'll probably resort back to feeding mainly on insects like they normally do. Up to 80% is actually insects. And from what I've seen, this area is full of insects. We get the brown locusts and other types of locusts out here. Loads of grasshoppers and so on. And of course, plenty of rodents of sort, mainly the striped field mouse. They're very common. Great stuff. This was fantastic. Absolutely amazing. In the meanwhile, actually, I'm just going to send you back to Alex, who is at the Ukukuyo waterhole.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, back here, and the droves of zebra have sadly moved on. But we do have those gemsbok and our ever-present springbok that have really not left us hanging at all today. It's been rather awesome having them around throughout the entirety of Escaping to Nature. And Andrew wanted to know what my favorite bird was and is, and I suppose out of the eagles it has to be the crowned eagle, and I'm also a real big fan of parrots, so perhaps even a grey-headed parrot or a number of the others that we do find in the world. But favorite eagle, crowned eagle. I really enjoyed parrots. The rollers are also cool, bee eaters too, so that's kind of where I lie, I suppose, on the favorites of the birds. But yeah, there's a number of other ones that I wish to see, and perhaps they might become my favorite birds then from that. But at least here in SA, crowned eagle and grey-headed parrot. So just keeping an eye out, I can see what I think is the end of those zebra that did come down and join us earlier. Just heading back towards the Mopani. So we'll wait and see what happens with any of them. Have another little scoot around. Make sure we know what action is coming towards us.
Wild Earth Explorers, this one's for you. You stand a chance to head off to the wondrous Camp Fig Tree Mountain Safari Lodge, situated on the border of Addo Elephant National Park, for an unforgettable 3-night stay for two. Witness the incredible elephant herds at Addo firsthand and explore with an open vehicle safari tailored to you or a relaxing bush picnic. Sign up to be an explorer to treat yourself to a much-needed getaway.
So we're just waiting on our zebra to come through now. And it looks like they in fact are going to be doing exactly that. Them and the two gemsbok. So a little bit of a patience game. But I think we're going to get lucky now as well. and doesn't think that this Hempsbuck's interested anymore. It's kind of turned away. You hear the other zebra off in the distance. You just make out the silhouette really of that springbuck that is there. So a little bit of a hurry up and wait going on here. Of course, quite a crow racket. They do thoroughly enjoy sitting here and being the most vocal of any of the birds. There's a couple of zebra walking off in the distance there. Just want to see where perhaps there are more actually coming through, and that is why we had such good vocal, but to me it looked like they were all off in the tree line. And I just want to have a look at that, as that might be an elephant in the distance. No, just a very well camouflaged zebra that wanted to be an elephant and wasn't. So just having a little pan around. Clearly we can't see anything else that might be approaching. And I'll just get back here because there's the odd zebra that is off in the distance. But as you're all aware, it is really beginnings of the festive season and the start of all fun things. And Merry and Wild Earth can't wait for our festive games to begin. Our Christmas themed bingo boards will be filled with turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even one fish eagle in a dead tree. So every sunset drive for the next 12 days will be filled with holiday fun, and the winner will be then crowned on Christmas Day. I think that actually then means tomorrow, but we will see how it all goes, and then who will be the eventual winner of Christmas bingo, and who can obviously rack up the most points. So it'll be interesting to see, having a long tally like that, what does then happen. And I suppose, rain permitting, we do have an interesting couple of bingo days ahead of us. So do stay tuned. Christmas bingo in the afternoon and sunset drives. So do stay tuned for that. So a nice little shot here, just two zebras standing next to themselves, or next to each other. Of course, we've got all the springbuck around and the Hempsbuck that aren't coming through. But let's spend some time with these two zebra. I'm not too sure they're going to stay around for that long, but let's just have a look and see. Now zebra not wanting to hang around for us, and we'll just come back out. We'll wait for our Hempsbuck to get back in, as well as just appreciating our springbuck. It has been a springbuck day, but an interesting day as well. We of course had our warthog here, and we got visuals of our crocodile. He is now back in Mashatu, and what that means for any of the other animals that might want to go through there, who knows? But we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. But a very cool day nonetheless. Lots of springbuck and that massive herd of zebra just now as well. So we've been very busy, and I'm sure we still have quite a bit of time to continue on that little track. So let's wait and see what happens. Hi Maureen. So effectively how the harems work is that they are dominant stallions, and the stallions then obviously have to compete for the right to lead that harem, which effectively then means that they are then the dominant stallion, and then they then acquire the mating rights from that. But that's with regards to the plain zebra. They obviously are known as having the largest harems. But the rarest zebra, the gravy zebra, actually sets up little territories. They do home range, but they do have a territory, and within that territory then, they are then known as that dominant stallion within that territory, and they try and keep those harems then within the territory, because the harems of the females actually move around. So he will then cover those females, and they might move on into, say, the next one. It depends on food resource as well. They have had a real terrible time up there of late with regards to big droughts, so that has impacted, and there's a lot of good work that is being done with the Gravy Zebra Trust. Something to look at if you are interested in gravy zebra. But with the mountain zebra, they're also known as having smaller harems, and again then the stallions then will compete in amongst each other, trying to take over a harem or establishing themselves in a new harem. That might even be a breakaway or a splinter group, and then acquiring the mating rights from there. So it looks like we're still just waiting to see if perhaps the other zebra are going to come back and join us, although we can complain with the Gemsbok around at the moment. They are awesome, and it is always great to spend time with them too. So it's interesting scenes. Of course, it is rather hot right now, so the bird audio that we are really getting is these Cape crows, the odd mourning dove. And that really is about it. A couple of pied crows across the water, and of course we can still see the black-headed heron. So it's not that we aren't busy, I suppose we're just waiting for the numbers to pick up. So sadly, the gemsbok is moving off. I'm just going to have to zoom back out again. A little bit of cloud cover, I think, starting to take hold. Not the thickest at all. Rather wispy, but we'll just have to wait and see. So the wind is definitely picked up, but it does look like our animal numbers have dropped off considerably. It doesn't look like we're going to have that much around us at the moment. 1 or 2 zebra off in the distance. The wind, obviously, as I said, picking up a little bit. And there's gemsbok moving off too. It's amazing to think that where the numbers of both the zebra and springbok are probably over around 15,000 odd in each population. And they have spread out so considerably, we don't even have one in frame at the moment. So interesting just to note that they are the two most populous of the animals here in Etosha. The zebra and the springbok being the most, zebra second. Interestingly enough, there are roughly around 2,000 odd elephant here in Etosha. And we are looking at around 750 lions, which is large numbers of all of them, and really a productive area. If you consider then that the world lion population, those are lions in the wild, roughly around 20,000 odd lions, so roughly almost 5%, between 3 and 5% odd of the world's lions are found here in Etosha. Hi Yoshi, so it will depend on the area. Here in particular, because there are 2 subpopulations of zebra, and the one migrates and the other stays here in the west, the central west area. But yes, zebra generally need to drink twice also a day. So if they are in an area and there is good water there, then they will come back and frequent that. And they can drink up to around 23 liters of water in a day. So they do sometimes split it up. Generally they drink twice odd in a day. Sometimes only just once, but they can drink up to twice a day, and they can drink up to 23 liters. But with those, and with the subpopulation that does move eastwards, when it does get to the rainy season, that migrates across east, obviously we will start to probably see a dip in the zebra numbers then as well. So it'll be seasonal, and it'll be interesting to see how that all then equates and works out for us. But yes, they are heavily dependent on water, far more so than wildebeest, for example. And they do require quite a fair amount of water per day. So Patience Gear involved and engaged. Looks like one lone springbok just walking off here, just above a black-headed heron. So just in the distance there, a couple of gemsbok. Not too much else going on. We did have that low little springbok coming through. Let's just have a look and see where everyone else is. Lots of crows. The murder of crows. Just there into the tree. They really do have an ominous call that they do make. It really is quite off-putting. I think if you were stuck by yourself in the middle of Akakuya right now, and no one else around you, and that's what you were listening to, you'd probably feel a little bit uneasy. But very clever birds. You see them and the raven family noted as being the cleverest. Number of other clever bird species though as well. Of course, parrots are another. The starlings and drongos and myna family as well, also noted to be very clever birds. Very good with mimicry. Being able to mimic a number of different calls. And for any of you that happen to live in urban areas such as Joburg, you'll even notice that the starling, or the mynas at least here, those Indian mynas, they also have picked up a lot of different sounds that they mimic, along with drongos in the bush. These fork-tailed drongos, they really are mimic pros. To mimic the odd eagle and other sounds too. So interesting just to note that. Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of wildlife now again with us. But just interesting how the bird life and the bird world does work as well.
The elusive Tingana, Duke of Djuma, has not been spotted in many months. And so it is with heavy hearts that we must assume and accept that he is no longer with us. In honor of Tingana, we are hosting a fireside chat. Sign up to be an explorer and join Tess and Tristan on the 10th of December to commemorate Tingana's legacy, a striking leopard whose story captured our hearts.
So it does look like the Springbok are slowly coming through. I'm just going to zoom out, just have one last look and see who else might be around. But otherwise, I think it's time for us to go and look in another location. We haven't spent any time there yet today, and there is something interesting and different for us to see for the day. And we're going to go and see what is going on in Djuma. So as you can see, we are here and across in Djuma, and of course 2 different species for the day for us. Nice to have the Birchall's cuckoo calling there. Rainbird, as they sometimes call it, although they do occur here throughout the year, and you do hear them calling as well throughout the year. But a lovely little ewe Inyala, as well as a nice ram impala. And quite a cool call that as well. I do thoroughly enjoy it. And it did rain here actually this morning. I did notice it out the side of my eye. So interesting to hear what else is going on. Some different birds as well. Really quite a cool call. Nice to just imbibe and listen and immerse ourselves into the calls of the wild. Of course in different areas as well. So awesome that we get to see both the impala and the Inyala. And there were a number of the Inyala around earlier, 1 or 2 young males. Obviously just starting to turn that grey colour. Kind of playing hide and go seek with us at the moment. Let's just keep an eye. But yeah, this one does look to be a sab adult, not fully grown just yet, but a lovely ewe that is here. Very pretty colorations. Coats are always so awesome on these Inyala, in particular any of these spiral horned antelope. There's always something pretty about them, very striking. The Aramark babblers. So just a nice peaceful scene here at the moment. The wind a little bit hectic at the moment, but it does look like it might blow itself out, but who knows. There is definitely weather in the area. It was also raining south of here too. So clearly the weather is present at the moment. Will be helping the heat. It can get very hot here. You can have temperatures of 42 at 10 in the morning on some days, and you really will know all about it. But very cool, nice to see. Of course with this rain dying down a little bit, wind slowly blowing itself out it seems. The Inyala and the Impala are enjoying themselves out here in the open. So sadly it is that time of the day where we do have to bid everyone farewell, say cheerio, and of course do join us again tomorrow morning at 8:30 CAT. But do also stay tuned for Penguin Beach, which comes to you straight after this. And then of course the Sunset Safari. If I'm not mistaken, we should then also kickstart with our Christmas bingo that begins this afternoon. So do stay tuned. It's been fantastic having you guys. Thanks to everyone else involved, the MC, the other naturalists, of course the wildlife and the habitat they came to us from. So it really has been a fantastic day, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.